that ain't fair. Hey,
Eh?
come to my session.
Olá, John.
I'm fine. Join my session, I will send you invite again.
Yes, Brasil.
Oh, oops.
Welcome on board. Thank you.
Right for me.
It's held.
Okay, let's get it ready to ship. No one's looking for that plate. Look at that finish. Wouldn't recognize it.
Okay, after what we put into this one, we don't want it to go wrong. Take the car to the sale, and if another crew comes after it, do everything you can to stop them.
What?
is huge. We got a sale. Great job out there.
No class. No way.
I Føtex har vi alt til påsken. Fra fredag får du en fersk lammekølle til kun 39,95 per halv kilo.
Remember last year when you brought that new computer home? You did the research, you compared everything, and you're playing games on the best value for your money. Well, that seems kind of like the distant past at this point, and you're wondering what exactly happened to my baby. Why did it stop running so great? It's not like I bought a hunk of junk. Why has it degraded in performance so much? Is it because computers are inherently going to do that? Is that a fact of life for a PC gamer? It doesn't seem to happen to console gamers, and they play those damn things for decades after they're out of date. This computer's only a year old. Why is it acting like this? It didn't used to sputter like this on these same games I was playing a year ago. Does the hardware degrade? What's different? Why is it not working the same way it used to? Well, hey, take a breath. It's not as big a deal as you might think, and it's certainly not uncommon. And today, GameRanks wants to alleviate that confusion and answer the question for you: do computers get slower over time? Okay, let's start with something basic. What do you use your computer for? I mean, besides games. Depending on your age, you could be doing homework on it, and you could be doing your taxes on it. You might do AutoCAD work, data entry, research, or you might be a popular fan artist on Tumblr. And other people your age go reblog crazy, while the lady doing her taxes goes reblog crazy as well. You definitely browse the internet, because otherwise how else would you be here? And that means your cache is full. That's your temporary internet files in case you're an Internet Explorer user. You're probably not though, says statistics. Meanwhile, what do console gamers use their game consoles for? It's alright, I'll give you a moment. Okay, that's long enough. Pretty much just games. And maybe Netflix, but that's streaming video, and games have utilized video since forever. Why does this matter? Well, a game console is designed for something very specific: to play games. And a computer is a general purpose machine that is designed to accomplish as much as it can, at a favorable or acceptable level of performance. Don't mistake this for me saying that a PC is not as good as consoles for gaming, because it very much is. Technically speaking, it is objectively better. Psychologically speaking, it's called taste. Liking PC gaming or liking console gaming better, it's up to you. It doesn't make you better, and it doesn't make you worse. As I said though, if we're talking about technical things, it's better. Especially if you know what you're doing and create your own computer and gear it towards gaming. But does having a specific purpose actually affect whether or not it's better over time? Technically speaking, no. Psychologically speaking, once again, it can depend. For instance, are you the type of person that installs browser toolbars? If you are, it's time to stop. I mean, it's not just browser toolbars I'm talking about, but really stop doing that. Over time, you install software on your computer. Whether or not that software is legitimately useful, it's debatable. I'm not going to talk about that, there's no judgment involved here. And whether you're installing legitimate software or illegitimate software, sometimes software runs something in the background. It may be a service, or it may be the program itself waiting in the taskbar to get activated, running in some kind of quote-unquote low power mode, to put it the best way I can. If you simply turn your computer on and play games and that's it, there's no way for this to affect you. Like if you built a Steam machine and you hooked it up to a nice big monitor and that's all it does, you turn it on, SteamOS comes on, and you start gaming, there will never be degradation, at least of any noticeable amount. I mean, eventually new games will overpower the amount of hardware you have. It may take a decade, but the phenomenon we're talking about in this video will not occur. But for some of us, it's not practical to build a machine specifically for gaming. Part of the allure of a computer is you can get so much done with it and also play games. In fact, many people use that as an excuse to get a computer from their parents. The point being that your computer is likely a home for more than just video games. And as you install more software, more of it may be running on your computer at any given time. For instance, my computer is constantly syncing things to Google Drive. That means it's reading a file, so my hard drive is being accessed, and a small amount of my RAM. And if that thing is syncing and I try to play a game, there's no point. I have to close that. So to sum this part up, because the computer is a multifunction machine, you use it for more than one function. At least you can. And if you do, there's a pretty good chance that over time, you're going to have stuff running in the background that just wasn't there when you bought the computer. And depending on what you install, it could be a lot of stuff, and it could be very memory heavy stuff. And you actually can do something about this. It's different on various operating systems, but there's always a list of programs. See if there's anything in there that you don't use. If you just installed it because you thought it would be good, or that you might use it, get rid of it. If it was running something in the background, it now can't. The other thing you might want to do is open the task manager and go to processes. I like to arrange the processes by how much memory they're taking up, and by memory I mean RAM, not hard drive space, and see if there's something that's really eating up my available RAM. Almost every time I've seen a degradation in quality on my computer, it's because a lot of things that took up a fair amount of memory were running. Well, you can stop them right here, or you can identify them and uninstall them. Or now that you know what program it is, you can open it up, get into the options, and stop it from opening when the computer starts up. As I said, you're not stuck. You have options. There are things that you can do. And I would say that this is by far the most common reason why a computer would seem to be much slower than it used to be. You're running too much stuff. And you may not know that you're running too much stuff because you may not be using it at the moment, but it may be doing something. And that's not sneaky or anything on their part. I mean, it can be, but most software that does this is legitimate. There's certainly a lot of software that embeds itself in the background that isn't legitimate, and for that I'd recommend a malware scanner, which can also do a whole lot in improving the performance of your computer. But the main thing that I want to get at here is that your computer's hardware hasn't degraded over time. It's not really your computer at all. It's actually you. What you or your family or whoever else uses your computer has done to it, or more specifically installed on it, either on purpose or accidentally, is probably why your computer seems slower. It's why you're seeing more dips in frames per second. It's why that loading screen might be on there just a little bit longer. And like I said, you can do something about it. Something you can't do anything about that may have the same effect though is new versions of software. The reason why is that new versions of software are often optimized for more hardware. A lot of the time, especially with online games, you're required to have the most recent version of it. Some software is the same way as well, and so is Microsoft Windows. You never really know when they're going to introduce a new tool that you don't really see running, but has a hand in everything that's going on. I'm not going to say that Microsoft Windows is going to suddenly install something that will significantly decrease your performance, but again, over time, you may see a lot of upgrades on a lot of your software that just starts nickel and diming away that performance. It can happen. That's just the nature of computers. Mainstream computers are not made specifically for video games, and people take advantage of that. I mean, right now you're on YouTube surfing the internet and watching videos, and while you could be on your phone, I'm guessing you're probably on your computer, especially if you've gotten this far in the video. You're not playing a game. I mean, you might be, but you're probably not. You're thinking about it though, and if when you switch out of this video and start playing games you want the best performance, it's probably a good idea to be aware of what's running on your computer. And if you've been experiencing some slowdown lately, that's probably how to fix it. Hey, so do you have any further advice for others who might be experiencing this type of problem? Or even just a question of your own? We do have a comment section and we encourage you to put all of that stuff in it. Also, if you do us a favor and click the like button, it helps us a lot. If you aren't subscribed to GameRanks yet, it might be a great time to do so because we upload brand new videos every single day of the week, and the best way to see them first is a subscription. As always, we thank you very much for watching this video, and we will see you next time right here on GameRanks.
Min købmand har butikken fuld af gode påsketilbud. For eksempel en kasse Tuborg eller Carlsberg kun 89,95. Rejer, fiskefiléer eller indbagte rødspætter fra Royal Greenland frit valg kun 18 kroner. Og rugbrød fra Kobær til kun en 10'er. Se alle de andre gode påsketilbud i tilbudsavisen fra Min Købmand. God påske.
Change. If there's anything those who game on the PC know, it's change. Almost every modern gaming advance has been seen on the PC first. There's a reason those who like to tinker and build and create are so driven with a passion to build the best machine possible. More than any other platform in gaming, the PC has been a vehicle for change. It's taken an extremely long time to get where we are today, and that's why GameRanks would like to take you on a journey all the way through the evolution of PC gaming hardware. To show just how far we've come, we're going to have to go back quite a ways. All the way back to 1962. The game was Space War. The platform was the PDP-1, or Digital Equipment Corporation's Program Data Processor 1. At the time, the PDP-1 was an incredibly powerful machine, and it sold for $120,000. In 2015, that would be $950,000. That's almost $1 million you'd be spending if you wanted to play a two-player PvP Asteroids, basically. The game was actually developed as an experiment on this machine, and essentially showed that people wanted to play games on computers, even when computers really weren't a thing. Obviously, $120,000 is way too much for a computer, and as we said a moment ago, that is in 1962 money. Not to mention that its primary storage medium was actually paper. In order to keep its data, holes were actually punched in paper, which were read as binary. So not only was it incredibly expensive, but just not practical. It wasn't until 1980 that computer prices came down to an even reasonable level, and the computer that accomplished it was the Sinclair ZX80, the first personal computer that was under $200. Now bear in mind that's actually $612 in today's money, meaning it wasn't that far off from buying a PlayStation 3 when that console came out, except it was a personal computer. In 1983, Intel released a $1,000 graphics control board. Now it didn't have a fancy name like a lot of today's graphics cards go for, but the ISBX 275 was capable of displaying 8-color data at a resolution of 256 by 256, or grayscale at 512 by 512. It had 32 kilobytes of display memory, and the hardware itself could pretty much handle any zooming, scrolling, or shape drawing that was really necessary. It could also render sprites. This was very big because console games were doing all of these things already, and were kind of considered the place to go for gaming. But as we were talking about earlier, the PC is about change. The next big milestone came in the form of the Commodore 64. Originally, the Commodore 64 cost $595, which was a little bit more, but it also did quite a bit more. The Commodore 64 actually had game cartridges. It didn't take too long before games were delivered on floppy disks more than on cartridges, due to the fact that they cost less to produce. And the computing systems that began to take advantage of this started with the Amiga. Now, the Amiga itself was a rather clever piece of hardware. Instead of everything being housed and dependent on the central processing unit, the Amiga had a custom chipset which had several co-processors for audio, video, and direct memory access. Games like King's Quest and The Oregon Trail were born from this era of computing. And while that may not sound like much, especially if you see those games today, going from 1962 to 1980, from two tiny spaceships on a screen with black and white pixels, to even 8-bit color, with sprites that move around and backgrounds and graphics and things that we all see, and frankly take for granted as primitive and rudimentary, but giving them a great source of entertainment all in the same machine. And believe it or not, a lot of 3D modeling and rendering packages actually came out for the Amiga. In fact, it was used to create some of the original prototypes for the 3D animation that today is used to create all sorts of everything from gaming to movies. The machine was able to do this because of its coprocessors and its ability to access several megabytes of RAM, which at the time was astounding. It certainly wasn't enough to render a 3D game or anything like that, but this was a large step towards 3D gaming, which as we all know is what the PC excels at today. And then in the late 80s, the Nintendo Entertainment System came out. Before that, console gaming was actually in quite the decline, but the NES revived that. And while console gaming took the limelight for a little while, PC gaming continued to develop at a rapid pace. The same year, ATI released a card called the VGA Wonder. The VGA Wonder was a 16-bit 2D card that could have either 256 kilobytes or 512 kilobytes of VRAM. It also had a mouse port, could output to SVGA displays, and could automatically sense whether or not a monitor was attached. Now this graphics card is notable because 16-bit consoles would not catch on for a number of years. While the 16-bit Sega Genesis did launch as competition to the Nintendo
entertainment system, it didn't catch on till 1992 when Sonic the Hedgehog launched. In the meantime, people were playing games designed for cutting-edge technology on the PC. By the time 1992 did roll around, people on consoles were playing 2D platformers, while PC gamers were treating themselves to the first mainstream 3D games like Wolfenstein 3D. And we started seeing more and more 3D on computers as consoles stayed pretty steadfast on 2D for the next few years. Wolfenstein 3D's engine actually did not utilize any hardware features. Obviously it required a pretty beefy CPU and some RAM, which Intel was pretty rapidly developing in that case, with the Pentium coming along in a short span of time, because it was doing all of this in software. Being developers knew that this was the route they wanted to take, hardware makers started to take note. And though a few months prior, Nvidia released their first card, the company that really made a splash and affected the industry most was 3DFX. In releasing the Voodoo 1 card in 1996, Voodoo relied on the idea your computer would handle all the 2D stuff, and the 3DFX card handled all the 3D. While today we don't call them 3D accelerators, that's exactly what this was. Now that very same year, the game that made people realize that 3D acceleration mattered, Quake, came out and completely changed everything. Where Wolfenstein and Doom were somewhat limited, graphically speaking at least, Quake offered fully real-time 3D environments with so much detail for the time that pretty much everybody was blown away. All of the enemies were polygonal 3D models instead of pre-rendered sprites. The levels were fully 3D instead of a 2.5D illusion. The game used pre-rendered light maps, which essentially created much of the perspective, and all of this just came together to create both the most evolutionary and revolutionary game possible at the time. I remember playing Quake as shareware and thinking, what just happened? Most of 3DFX was actually bought by Nvidia when 3DFX went bankrupt in 2002, but in 1996, you could really feel their impact. A slew of 3D cards flooded the market in the coming years. As consoles began to adopt the idea that games could be 3D, more and more gamers in general wanted to play high-performance 3D titles. 3DFX continued absolutely annihilating the competition in 1998 by releasing the Voodoo 2. It improved on the original's resolution by quite a bit, allowing you to play games in 1024x768, which if you have a 720p HD TV that you play games on now, is actually not really that different as far as number of pixels. This card managed to stay relevant for years by combining 2D and 3D graphics capabilities, which is not exclusive to their graphics line, however the 3DFX technology was. An all-in-one graphics card that absolutely knocked the crap out of everything else, that managed to stay relevant past the turn of the century. A little before then, in 1999, Nvidia also released the very first GeForce card. Now, Nvidia had been gaining ground on 3DFX for a little while. Nothing major, and they weren't going to dominate for a while. But the fact is, there was healthy competition between several graphics card makers that were putting 2D and 3D on the same chipset. Until, as I said a moment ago, 3DFX went bankrupt in 2002. Nvidia, knowing that they had basically not been able to beat that company in terms of technology, but was a financially stable company, grabbed up their assets as quickly as they could, and immediately began research and development, pushing forward to create some really interesting cards. CPUs at the time weren't developing that fast. Between the year 2000 and the year 2003, top-of-the-line processors were generally between 1 and 1.3 GHz. Intel was still making Pentiums, and when I say that I mean the original Pentium series. They were on number 4 by this point. But something interesting happened. AMD wanted to bring in low-cost, high-number CPUs and started dropping 2 GHz Athlon 64 processors in 2003. In 2005, the AMD Athlon 64X2 was their first dual-core processor, and of course, Intel needed to combat that by releasing their Core 2 Duo processor in 2006. 2006. This laid the groundwork for the next decade when multiple core technology became the basis of computing. Now, a CPU may not sound that important to PC gaming anymore with the GPUs becoming so massive, but the fact is a lot of stuff still, even now, has to be threaded through the processor. And having multiple cores means allowing instructions that need to be sent to the GPU not to get bottlenecked. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link, and if your graphics card can handle multiple threads, but your CPU can't, you're going to see stuff that's limited. I mean, obviously every CPU can handle multiple threads, but sometimes oversimplifying something makes it much easier to explain. With games like Oblivion: The Elder Scrolls 4, game worlds were becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. What was needed from video games was gradually becoming much more demanding. Graphics cards evolved at a continuing pace until about 2006, when Nvidia dropped the GeForce 8800 GTX card on us. It was compatible with Microsoft's new at the time DirectX 10 technology, meaning people could develop for it very easily and get a whole ton of stuff out of their hardware. But on top of that, this thing was a behemoth. On board, it had 768 megabytes of DDR3 memory, and its GPU ran at 575 megahertz. Its texture fill rate was over 36 billion units per second. This version of the GeForce introduced the Nvidia Unified Architecture, meaning its shader core was entirely unified and dynamically allocated processing power to geometry, vertex, physics, and pixel shading operations. Meaning you didn't need a bunch of different chips for each of these different things. You just needed to go, hey graphics card, I need this. Ask and ye shall receive.
The cool thing about that is needing less specialized hardware allows you to make something more powerful for less money. And though this GeForce didn't get marginally cheaper, it got marginally better.
The GeForce 8800 GTX gave people the ability to do so many new things that absolutely just changed how we look at an in-game world. For instance, high dynamic range lighting and 16 times full screen anti-aliasing, soft particles, deformation shaders. On top of that, motion blur and depth of field, which brought a much more cinematic look to gaming, and was the next huge jump in graphics. Everyone was excited.
A lot of the terms that I used when speaking about that card had never been used before. New graphics routines and libraries were happening, and they were constantly being integrated in new ways. The visual creativity of developers skyrocketed after 2006, and it was big advances in hardware such as that Nvidia card that allowed this to happen. You wouldn't hand somebody a canvas, some paintbrushes, and a palette of paint and say, here, give me virtual reality. What we achieved by 2006 is astounding, but obviously graphics didn't stop developing there. Therefore, graphic hardware did not stop developing there.
And by the time 2008 rolled around, Grand Theft Auto 4 was perhaps one of the more detailed open world games to exist.
In 2009, the very last card to bear the ATI name
came out, and it was pretty intense. And although they were putting out an amazing card, there's a reason why ATI had to sell itself. But that's all marketing and business. If we're talking about the card,
the hardware itself was ridiculous. The Radeon HD 5970 was 3.5 pounds. And I say that first because I need you to know how loaded up with hardware this thing is. Now, it wasn't quite the same jump that we saw from the 90s to 2006, but speaking strictly technically, it did trounce the Nvidia card we were talking about. And full DirectX 11 support, which honestly, have a look at 10 versus 11, it's a huge jump, and that's just in the API.
Between 2010 and now, graphics cards continue to develop, but what's possibly the more interesting thing is how Nvidia and AMD are attempting to allow developers to access their hardware for development. With Nvidia having a very proprietary tool set called GameWorks, and AMD creating a very low-level API that they claim to be open called Mantle, and both companies slinging massive amounts of mud at each other over both things. It's interesting. For instance, in 2013, when the Tomb Raider reboot came out, that was a gorgeous game, and on AMD, it ran a technology called TraceFX that gave Lara Croft very realistic hair, probably the most realistic that had ever been put in a consumer product that rendered in real time. And before Nvidia fixed their drivers, if you tried to play Tomb Raider with TressFX turned on an Nvidia card, the performance just took a dump. On the flip side, when Watch Dogs came out, it had Nvidia's GameWorks technology deeply embedded in it. And on an Nvidia card, it worked great, but the performance just wasn't comparable on an AMD. What's funny about the competition between Nvidia and AMD is that they're both basically trying to define which direction everyone will go. And traditionally, Nvidia has been who's done that, but obviously AMD wants a piece of that cake. AMD does have a lot to fight if it's going to ever get anywhere with that though, because Nvidia has built up a lot of goodwill over the years, not just with developers but with consumers. The market is continuing to evolve, and gaming is continuing to demand more and more. With the Unreal 4 engine's usage picking up, games are going to require hardware with massive specs. Truly, PC gaming hardware is going to always be in flux. And that's part of what makes it so interesting. And while we could have gone on and on and on for frankly hours about this topic, we're pleased we were able to give you a look into the difference between then and now. Seeing how fast it developed and how far it came always makes me excited for the future. And I hope it does the same with you. Don't forget to leave us a comment, maybe tell us what you're running in your computer, and click the like button as well because it helps us immensely. If you're not subscribed, now would be a great time to do so because we upload brand new videos every single day of the week, and the best way to see them first is a subscription. As always, we thank you so much for watching this video, hope you enjoyed it a great deal, and we will see you next time here on GameRanks.
When it comes to gaming on computers, Windows is the platform of choice. But why is that? Would Macs be a viable platform if people just made games for them? A lot of people would just flat out answer no, but why? So today at GameRanks, we're going to ask the question, why do Mac computers suck for gaming? Now let me say this right off, this isn't going to be PC versus Mac because we use Macs. A good chunk of our staff prefer them for non-gaming tasks, but they don't game on them. And it really makes a lot of sense because they're not particularly designed for that. A Mac is typically not a very upgradable machine. And if you game on computers, you're often looking for the next piece of hardware that you need for the next generation of games. Frankly, technology moves forward very fast and gaming typically keeps pace. But if you go in a little bit deeper, it's a little bit more complicated than that. You see, back in the day, I mean way back in the day, the early 80s to be exact, the Mac actually had a reputation for having the best games on it, and PC had more of a reputation for a functional device, as in spreadsheets, word processing, and other office-related functions. And in truth, that was the market that computer companies wanted to corner, the enterprise market, or business. So in 1983, Apple hired the president of Pepsi-Cola, John Sculley, to be their new chief executive officer. They brought him in to achieve a much more serious view with the business community and expand what people perceived as the function of the Mac computer beyond simply learning and fun. Basically, they wanted to be taken more seriously. So under his direction, Apple actually threatened to pull their ads from magazines like Macweek and Macworld if they didn't cut down coverage on games and charge game companies a bit extra for ads. What they wanted to do is minimize the importance of gaming in the Apple culture, which was still in its infancy. We all know about Mac culture and PC culture and Android culture and iPhone culture, and these are all very carefully curated by the companies that are behind them. Apple really didn't like the idea that people were asking for Macs in offices and being denied them because they had a reputation for being a platform they might use to fool around on work time. You know, play games. But over the next few decades, both IBM and Microsoft, the people behind the hardware and software that people knew as a PC, began to realize that productivity software really isn't that hardware intensive. And in that business climate, when you buy a PC and it's used mainly for office purposes, you don't really need a new PC for quite a while. And that also goes for the operating system. Windows wasn't selling a lot of new enterprise copies. If you work in an office, they're always behind on hardware and software. Frankly, they don't need new equipment and software because it all does what it's supposed to do. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And with Apple's efforts to serious things up and minimize the importance of gaming, it kind of left a gap in the market. MS-DOS, which is Microsoft's command line-based operating system, was being increasingly used for gaming, even as Windows took over. The reason is that DOS allowed direct access to most of the computer's hardware. Windows, on the other hand, used a protected memory model, which kind of restricted the access to video cards, keyboards, mice, sound devices, and generally made it harder to program a game for Windows. Now, being Windows was their flagship product, they definitely wanted to change that. So in the mid-90s, there was a big rush to create APIs, that's application programming interfaces, that gave you better access to the hardware and made it much simpler to program a game for Windows. So by the time Microsoft had gotten to Windows 95 OSR2, which stands for OEM Service Release 2, basically the version of Windows they provided to companies that built and marketed computers, DirectX was actually a component of Windows, meaning Windows now had an evolving API that allowed you to access the hardware necessary to create multimedia applications and, more importantly, games. The DirectX team also went on to create the popular Xbox gaming console, which you may remember we went into detail on in another video. Anyway, gaming was actually a big reason why computers were being brought into homes, because now the entire family was interested in a computer. The parents leaning more on productivity applications, while the kids obviously leaning more towards gaming. This was a really important time for computers because the cost of advanced computer machinery was entering a range that would make families much more receptive of it. Meanwhile, Mac had kind of been languishing since they had tried to change focus. They were kind of riding a wave of people that were enjoying their computers for a specific reason, and then they decided they really wanted to shift gears. Yes, they had a reputation for being fun, but they didn't want it because they thought that they could make more money without being fun. As it turns out, that sold a lot of computers in the 90s, and has ever since. And so it created a situation where PCs held the majority of the market share while Macs did not. And when you couple that with the fact that PCs were now seen as the gaming machine, and Mac computers just weren't, business people looking to invest money in things that they thought would make them more money were asking why the PC was doing so much better. Okay, well, the machine that has a focus on gaming is selling way better, so people want to play games, so we should make more games. But where should we make more games? Oh, probably where people are playing them. And something that starts with the simple decision of changing your focus over the course of several decades avalanches into more of a market condition. People stop seeing your product as the place to buy games, and people are buying more and more games. Game publishers pick up on this and want to put games where people play them, so they put more games on the PC, making it so that the PC is even more so the obvious choice for gamers on account of the game famine that's pretty much going on the Mac. Time passes and this cycle continues, and more the purposes of the machines diverge. The Mac now appeals to a certain kind of person, and so does the PC. And as you obviously know, they are two different kinds of people. But some of those people aren't that different. Some people like the aesthetic of the Mac and the operating system better, but really want to play games. Now, Apple really hasn't capitalized on that because a gaming Mac doesn't exist. At this point, the market for playing games on the Mac, especially AAA games, is just tiny. The only way you can game on Mac is to put Windows on it and use adapters to plug a graphics card into it. Now, it's important to note that Apple actually does understand this. They have learned their lesson, but it's just too far down one path to start walking backwards again. Or at least it is for now. However, look what they did with the iPhone. They created a platform that had the hardware in it to run games and made it easy to make those games for it, and wildly succeeded. Frankly, Microsoft, their chief competitor in PCs, has got nothing on Apple in the mobile market. On top of that, really it took a very long time for a legitimate competitor to evolve. And it's because they knew their consumers at this point. They knew they were going to be selling to people who would want to play games. The lessons they learned by not making a product that the people who were buying their product would want could be applied, and they worked. But that doesn't change the perception of their computers. People just don't think about Macs when they think about gaming. I certainly don't, and because of that, there's no reason really to try to emphasize gaming in them, which makes them bad machines for gaming. And it's all cyclical, unless some major effort that is going to be very expensive is put into creating Macs for gaming, and lots of money is spent rebranding them as a good gaming machine. It's not gonna change. Gamers are just gonna say that Macs suck, and for gamers, they do suck. And that's not an attack on Mac computers, it's just the truth. They aren't gaming machines, and they aren't trying to be. Are we ever going going to see that change? Well, that really depends on Apple and what they want to do. But at least now you know why. It's not just that a machine sucks. It actually goes back decades and is rooted in business decisions and culture that has been carefully curated by all the different horses in this race. If you ask me, it's actually pretty interesting. If you agree, we'd really appreciate it if you click that like button. Also, if you have any input on the subject, why don't you get down in the comments section. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of very heated discussion on this video, so I'll see you there. If you're not currently subscribed to GameRanks, now's a great time too, because we upload new videos like this one every single day of the week. The best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription. As always, we thank you very much for watching this video, and we will see you next time here on GameRanks. Hard to play games without a CPU. You've heard about Intel, but how much do you know about the company? Here's the top 10 Intel facts you probably didn't know. Number 10, the world's first microprocessor was not made by Intel. In fact, it was called the MP944, and it was used as a control chip for the swing wings and flight controls of the F-14 Tomcat Naval Interceptor. The chip was part of the Central Air Data Computer System that at the time was an extremely small computer, and in truth we could probably talk about that computer specifically for a very long time. Military interceptor fighter jets are cool. Number 9, back in the 90s, Intel and AMD chips could actually be put in the same computers. In fact, there was a standard called Socket 7 that quite a few different CPUs would fit into. Now, not every Intel CPU and every AMD CPU fit into it, but the Intel Pentium microprocessors did, and they were by far the most popular for a hot minute. Now, for the end user, a standard is obviously better on account if they want to get a different CPU from a different brand, suddenly they can. But as they figured out, for companies, it's better to use something proprietary, because if somebody wants to replace something, they have to do it with a chip from the same company. Personally, I think standards are better because I care a little bit more about the consumer. But hey, that's the world we live in. Number 8, Intel gets all of its energy, 100% of it, from renewable sources. Let me emphasize, they don't get energy from anywhere else, at least in the United States. If you look at their EPA profile, that's the Environmental Protection Agency in case you're not hip, Intel not only purchases more than 3.1 billion kilowatt hours a year of renewable energy certificates, meaning energy generated from wind, solar, geothermal, low-impact hydro, and biomass sources, but they also have 18 on-site solar plants at various US Intel facilities. Now, I'm not going to get too political here on you, but that's good. If anyone really concludes that clean air is bad, I'd be confused. Number 7, in the year 2000, Intel actually predicted that we would have 10 gigahertz processors by the year 2011. Now, keep in mind, it was a fairly informed decision on account of Moore's Law. Moore's Law, named for Gordon Moore, is, and I quote Wikipedia, the observation that over the history of computing hardware, the number of transistors in a dense integrated circuit has doubled approximately every 2 years. Well, for one, that doesn't happen anymore. We don't double the amount of transistors every 2 years. It's slowed a bit. Maybe you noticed. We've had 3 gigahertz processors for how long now? And that's, pretty average. In fact, because of unified architecture and GPUs, we don't even really care about how many gigahertz a processor is now. They don't even advertise it anymore. I'm sure if suddenly we had the ability to create 10 gigahertz processors, they would advertise it, but only for a short while because really the CPU doesn't have the kind of importance it used to. Number 6, Intel actually allowed AMD to stay in business because if they weren't, Intel would basically be a monopoly. Now, this is not the case today. AMD is a pretty well-functioning company that frankly is sometimes a better value than an Intel processor, depending on what you're planning on doing. This is actually why Intel licensed AMD the x86 architecture, because they didn't want to get broken up into a bunch of small companies. Whenever AMD started getting ahead, like in the mid-2000s, its market share got to just over 20%. Intel would turn up the heat. They'd market much harder, they'd coordinate a lot of their technology to release as a kind of landslide, and when AMD's share fell to 5%, Intel would just let up. If you ask Intel, they would say a bit, but frankly, to pulverize a company out of 15% of their market share takes a lot of work, and to not just crush them out of business
chips would mean stopping that. Number 5, you know how I said that Intel licensed the x86 architecture to AMD? They actually licensed their x64 architecture back to Intel because they could easily hold a monopoly in that field. Now what you have here is 2 good examples of why antitrust laws are necessary. If Intel was the only company allowed to use x86 architecture, all systems built on that would be using Intel chips. They'd have total control. And same with AMD and the x64 architecture. And if either company has total control, they only do things that are in their interest. Whereas if there is competition between the two, in theory, they would want to appear better to the end user, whether it be their corporate clients or their consumer clients. Either way, they have to vie for your approval. And if antitrust laws didn't exist forcing these companies to compete for you, there's a pretty good chance that technological progress would slow down significantly. Number 4, Brian Johnson of Intel is a huge fan of science fiction, and it actually inspires him to set the company's goals and plots out maps for the future, usually casting about 10 years ahead. His job title is actually futurist, which is silly sounding, honestly, but considering he works intimately with many employees of the company to develop products based on his forecasting in order to remain, again, competitive, it's a pretty fitting title. Number 3, do you know how Intel got its name? Well, Intel founders Bob Noyce and Gordon Moore wanted to name their new company More Noise, but found out that was already trademarked by a hotel chain, which sounds like a very non-luxurious hotel chain because I associate both those names with, like, computer chips, not like breathtaking views and comfortable beds. So they sat down and they looked at themselves and they said, what do we do? Integrated electronics was a very good descriptor for that. They took out of integrated the INT and electronics the EL, creating INTEL, Intel. I think you probably guessed that from what I was saying, but yeah, honestly, Intel is a much better name than More Noise, which sounds like Pauly Shore saying something is better. It's more noise, buddy. Number 2, the I in the i3, i5, and i7 doesn't stand for anything. According to Intel, it's just a marketing brand name decision, much like iPhone. I can't imagine them just calling a processor by a number, though. That seems strange. Just doesn't get people to go, yeah, I want that one. People that are into weird stuff might argue over that, but normal, everyday people who are much more important to market to need stuff that they'll remember. I mean, we're bombarded with crap 24/7. We need stuff that sticks out. And I don't know why, but putting an I in front of stuff just works. Need a vacuum? iVac. Need an iron? iFlat. Need to do laundry? iWash. I don't know. It's just easy. I think they should call everything that. Although it might make everybody hate that more than they already do, which could be fun in its own little way. And finally, number 1, this is probably one of the most technologically fascinating things I have ever heard. The transistor used on a 3rd generation Intel i5 and i7 CPU is so small, you could literally take the width of a human hair and fit 4,000 of them into it. Over 100 million of these transistors could fit onto the head of a pin. It just doesn't seem possible, to be completely honest with you. How do you even manufacture those? The answer to that question is exactly why they are a company who is very successful, and I am a person who is recording a thing about how they are a company who is very successful. Now, if you happen to know anything else interesting about Intel, it'd be good discussion there in the comments. Also, let us know how much of this was new information for you. We always like to know exactly how good we're doing. If you would, please click the like button because it helps us immensely. And if you're not subscribed to GameRanks, now is a great time to do so because we upload brand new videos every single day of the week, and the best way to see them first is a subscription. As always, we thank you very much for watching this video, and we will see you next time here on GameRanks. Modern games have amazing graphics, especially on the PC, but not every computer can handle these graphics. Why is that? Well, graphics cards. Obviously, a good graphics card can go a very long way in providing us with extremely high graphic game experiences. But how? What exactly is a GPU, and how exactly is it different from a CPU? Why do we need one? Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today GameRanks asks the question, how do graphics cards work? So when new Battlefield games come out, what does everybody talk about immediately? The graphics. Of course the graphics, it's the thing you see first, no matter what. You don't get to see something else and say you've seen the game. Visually, what a game looks like matters a great deal to us. And while I like to talk about art style a lot, there's a lot of technical jargon behind what goes on in order to bring you representations of what's going on in an imaginary world. So to start off, computers. A CPU and a GPU, when described, sound pretty similar. A CPU and a GPU both do math. They both solve problems and give you a result that looks entirely different on a screen than it does inside a series of transistors and wires and processors bouncing electrical signals around saying yes or no over and over and over again at incredible rates. So to put it in the most simple possible words, a CPU can do things in a much more linear way than a GPU. A CPU may have a few cores, 2, 4, 8, however many. The number isn't really relevant, but that's the number of streams of operations that a CPU can do at a time, 1 per core. Now, it's important that a CPU exists because some things that are very complex need a more dedicated architecture to continue to process those operations. But the way a GPU works, through technologies like CUDA or Compute Unified Device Architecture, which was actually developed by NVIDIA and is therefore not the only technology like this, but the principles that apply to CUDA basically apply to most GPU technology, if not all, is kind of like, and when I say kind of, I mean kind of, like a lot of little CPUs. Now the reason I say kind of and not exactly like is because the cores of a CPU can all be dedicated towards different problems, whereas all of the subcores of a CUDA core have to be dedicated to a parallel problem, like, oh, I don't know, graphics. And that's oversimplifying it just a little bit, as graphics are several subroutines. But essentially, a lot of little cores are solving somewhat simpler problems than what a CPU might be used for, much faster because there's lots of them. And what I mean by a simpler problem is like geometry. In all honesty, a geometry problem is really just a few computations, and if you have a ton of cores dedicated to it at once, it's going to get solved very fast. Geometry is just shapes and trajectories and variables that affect placement and angle and things like that. Easier things to do, but when presented with a limited amount of cores would kind of clog up the workflow. Let's say you've got an 8-core CPU and you've got 100 different geometry problems to solve. Well, they each take up a core until you get through the 100. But imagine if you send the same set of geometry problems to a multi-core graphics card with hundreds of subcores, ones that are made for a specific purpose, and that purpose is geometry, to tackle that geometry as fast as it can with a horde of processors. Well, that would be generally looked at as a much more efficient way of doing things, wouldn't it? And that's why a GPU is so much better at rendering graphics than a CPU. Sure, there's nothing that would stop you from playing a game on a CPU, but there's a reason why the CPU is generally used for things like artificial intelligence, because they're much more complex operations that take a longer period of time to do. When you have a limited number of data streams, you want to be using the data streams in the most optimized way. And if you have one type of processor that has a limited amount of cores that are all held up on specific things, you would probably want to throw the more complex singular operations towards that. Whereas if you have geometry-oriented problems that can be solved quickly, and oh lordy, you have a lot of those problems, you would probably want to solve those with lots and lots of small cores. And like Jay-Z said, I've got 99 problems, and they're all geometry-oriented and therefore easier to solve by a GPU, so I'd like to send them that direction, and it will handle it much faster than if I sent them towards the CPU. It was a really catchy Jay-Z song. I don't know if you remember it. I do. It was a while back. It's okay if you don't. Now, it's important to say that you couldn't just throw anything you wanted at a GPU and do it faster. That's just not true. Complex problems often involve multiple threads of information going on at once. And as I said, on a GPU, the problems have to be parallel. Well, if the problem diverts in some way from what one would consider parallel, it's not something that a GPU is going to do very fast at all. The main reason it's so good for graphics is it can do so much of one thing at once. balance. Graphics routines are fairly straightforward, and don't go into uncharted territory too often. It's not trying to simulate anything other than fairly straightforward processes. Okay, if I drop an item, it falls. Okay, if wind hits the cloth, it does this. Okay, if you look at the sun, there's a lens flare. That type of stuff. Stuff in which the result is always going to be the same or very similar. And stuff that is going to need to be done a lot, like where all the vertices are and how many faces are painted in between them. A vertex being a corner on a shape, and a face being a surface that's drawn between three vertices that may be smooth or textured or utterly flat, given that way cool retro look. And essentially, now you know what a GPU is and why one uses it and what it does. Granted, this is actually a simplified version of all of this, and there's a lot of theory that can be talked about, and I'm sure that we'll actually get into deeper conversation if we all meet in the comments and open our big traps to talk with each other. So let's do that. Also, if you like this video, please click the like button. It helps us a great deal, and if you're not subscribed, now is the best time ever to do so, as we upload brand new videos every single day of the week, and the best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription. As always, we thank you so much for watching this video, and we will see you again next time right here on GameRanks. DirectX 12 is finally here, and I hope you're ready for some big advancements in the graphics of your PC games. Here's 10 things you need to know about DirectX 12.
Number 10, a drastic increase in the number of draw calls. Now what's a draw call? Well, every single time a vertex, a line, or a face needs to be rendered, it has to send a draw call to the CPU. DirectX 12 is going to be making the work of a draw call less taxing on the CPU, and thusly allowing for more of them, making the CPU much less of a bottleneck. This is great because obviously you want to be able to put as much on screen as possible, and with DirectX 12, the amount goes up several 100%. Number 9, split frame rendering, which is a technology that allows your computer to render a segment of the screen, be it a half of the screen or a fourth of the screen, or really any fractional segment of the screen, depending on how many GPUs you have. Anyway, it allows the CPU to render just that segment of the screen with a specific GPU. So you can have half of the screen being rendered by one of your GPUs and the other half rendered by your other. And you might think, well, that's not that big of a deal, is it? Wrong. That literally halves or slices by a fourth the number of pixels that GPU has to bother with. And as long as everything stays in sync, which the API ensures does, the result is a much better way for multi-GPU gamers to achieve higher frame rates, and thusly, better games. Number 8, DirectX 12 unfortunately will not make your existing games play better. In order for a game to take advantage of the DirectX 12 APIs, it needs to be optimized or programmed from the ground up for DirectX 12. Now that doesn't mean your favorite games aren't going to offer a patch, but unless a game explicitly states that it was made for or adapted to DirectX 12, you should pretty much see performance on par with what you expect now, which is a good reason to email the people who make the games that you like and say, hey, you gonna support DirectX 12 in a patch or anything?
Number 7, threading is vastly improved. In a blog post about DirectX 12, Microsoft acknowledged
that DirectX 11 has some limitations in its API. For instance, multi-threading isn't that optimally done, whereas in DirectX 12, multi-threading has been completely revamped, and on top of that, DirectX now allows a CPU to use all of its cores to communicate with the graphics hardware. Previously, that was just completely impossible, and CPUs were using one core,
allowing for more graphical processes, meaning with the same amount of processing power, you're going to see better graphics. And if that theory holds when it's applied practically, the frame rates won't be changing at all. Number 6, decreased CPU usage. So, you know artificial intelligence uses up CPU, and so do physics and debris, because AI, physics, and debris all are very problem-based math. That stuff all has to be offloaded to the CPU typically. GPUs and CPUs are fundamentally different, a GPU being tailored for geometry, and a CPU being tailored for basically every other kind of math. But with DirectX 12, they're decreasing the usage on that. Now, I don't know if you've noticed, but CPU development has slowed a little bit, while GPU development has exploded. DirectX 12 is attempting to accommodate that by optimizing what is actually sent to the CPU before it's ever sent there. This means there's less CPU usage, and the CPU doesn't become a bottleneck for games with large amounts of, again, AI,
physics, or debris. Number 5, GPU brand mixing. NVIDIA and AMD cards are fundamentally kind of different in some areas. It's currently not impossible to run games on multiple brands of graphics cards at once. It can be a task though, basically dependent on if the engine was optimized to do this, whether it would run well on your computer. It's not impossible that it could work out just fine, but it wasn't a standard. You couldn't just naturally do this. However, the DirectX 12 APIs would make them work easier with multiple graphics cards from different brands. Essentially, the game should be able to have access to all the functions using the same set of commands as it interprets it for those cards in a manner that works out much closer to seamlessly, if not entirely so. Number 4, the requirements. DirectX 12 is Windows 10 only. So if you don't have Windows 10 and are looking forward to the advances in DirectX 12, in some cases you're probably going to have to upgrade your card as well. From NVIDIA, you're going to need a Kepler or Maxwell-based GPU. That's the 6, 7s, and 8s. But AMD is supporting DirectX 12 on all GCN class hardware going back to 2012's HD77 series. That includes the HD85 series and the Radeon R5s and anything above. All future cards from either manufacturer are going to support DirectX 12. Number 3, a short list of games that are going to take advantage of it immediately. The first official launch with DirectX 12 support was Ashes of the Singularity. Support has been added to Rise of the Tomb Raider, Hitman, and Gears of War Ultimate Edition launched with it. Just Cause 3 and Elder Scrolls Online are both in the process of getting DirectX 12, and upcoming games that will support it are Deus Ex Mankind Divided, Star Citizen, and Total War Warhammer. Number 2, DirectX 12 will streamline game development significantly. As I said a short while ago, DirectX 12 API is much leaner than DirectX 11, meaning it's a significantly more condensed API with less commands to call similar functions. What this means is whether a developer is using an engine that another developer created or is using a proprietary engine, as they need to call the graphics routines, there's a smaller set of commands necessary in order to do the same things. This obviously means there's some degree of less work, just in that aspect, but on top of that, it does a much better balance of work distribution, which will necessitate less optimization later in the development process. The development pipeline should be significantly more straightforward as a game is being developed, and this should allow developers to focus more on the creative aspect of a game. Now, obviously, it doesn't just make game development easy, it's a skill that requires a lot of knowledge and training, whether it's self-training or instruction, but allowing game developers to be more creative with their time is never a bad thing. And finally, number 1, DirectX 12 has a competitor. AMD has been spending time developing an API called Vulkan, which is effectively the successor to OpenGL. Valve Software has officially backed Vulkan and call it the quote-unquote right way forward. Now, Valve is obviously a fairly significant company, and what they say has a pretty fair amount of bearing. But also remember, they're a company, and they probably have a horse in the race, monetarily speaking. That's not to say they're not correct, just at this point it's opinion, and there may be money involved in that opinion. Vulkan is going to support Windows 10, Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 3.1. That's a joke, it doesn't. But believe it or not, you're actually going to be able to use Vulkan on Android, which implies a much greater flexibility than DirectX 12, while at the same time giving that simplified API access to all the hardware. Now, being this is AMD creating the technology though, there's a chance they're going to use it to attempt to push their own hardware. Because again, we're talking about a lot of moneyed interests here. We know a lot about Vulkan, and we know that people from Valve and people from AMD all say it's clearly the best choice, and people from Microsoft say that DirectX 12 is clearly the best choice. So really, we're kind of going to have to wait until both are released and we can competitively compare these two technologies and tell you which one actually works better. There's a lot of contention, and because Valve has gotten involved, which has a significant fan presence, and Microsoft, who owns the Xbox brand, also has a significant fan presence, you can bet this is going to be a subject of internet arguments to come, probably for the foreseeable future. Speaking of internet arguments, what do you think? Are you backing DirectX 12 or are you a Vulkan person? Which do you think is going to become the standard? Let's have a discussion about that in the comments. Also, if you enjoyed this video, please click the like button. It helps us immensely, and if you're not subscribed already, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every single day of the week, and the best way to see them first is a subscription. As always, we thank you so much for watching this video, and we will see you again next time, right here on GameRanks. Graphics APIs power your games, and the next big steps have been DirectX 12 and Vulkan. And while we've talked a little bit about DirectX 12, a lot of people are wondering just what is Vulkan? Well, to understand what Vulkan or even DirectX 12 are, you need to know what an application programming interface. An API is a set of protocols and tools for building software applications. Pretty much everything has to use an API of some kind. If nobody used APIs, nothing would get done, because everybody would be writing everything. Every single call to every single possible function would have to be rewritten for every single program or game. For instance, there's a Microsoft Windows API, which allows you to call the various functions of Microsoft Windows. Similarly, all hardware typically has some type of an API, or uses some kind of a generic API, and that's what DirectX 12 and Vulkan both are. Now, obviously, DirectX 12 is the latest version of the DirectX API, and also it's pretty easy to tell that DirectX 12 is developed by Microsoft, who also develops Windows. Vulkan, however, is developed by a third party, Kronos Group, and they've been working in conjunction with AMD with the intention of making something a little bit more open. In fact, Vulkan is the actual successor to OpenGL, which was the primary competitor to DirectX, and again, was open. The intention of Vulkan is basically to be a next generation OpenGL. However, it has developed quite a bit further than that. AMD, like I said, who is working with Kronos Group, has been working on an API specifically for AMD hardware called Mantle. Vulkan is actually derived from and built upon components from Mantle. Vulkan is just a little bit more specific than DirectX 12. Vulkan is more of a direct competitor to Direct3D 12, which is the component of DirectX 12 that's specifically used by graphics cards for gaming, or, other 3D things. There are other 3D things that aren't gaming, but this is GameRanks, right? Now, the purpose of Vulkan is obviously to compete with DirectX 12. Like I said, it's a little more specific, but that's the point. Now, what it's not more specific about is what platforms it can work on. While DirectX 12 has generated some impressive results, it's restricted to the Microsoft Windows platform. Vulkan supports Microsoft Windows, OS X, Linux, and even Android. In fact, Google has gone with Vulkan as its primary means of conveying graphics as of 2015. That is the Android low-level API. What this means is that developing a game that is very cross-platform is suddenly significantly easier to do, as the APIs are the same, or at least similar, on every single one of these platforms. Samsung, for instance, is using the Android integration in an attempt to make its TouchWiz UI less of a disaster on battery life, so Vulkan does have applications elsewhere. But back to gaming. The Vulkan API particularly excites a lot of the people that are interested in SteamOS, which is a variant of Linux. The intention of SteamOS is to create an operating system that enables the Steam machine movement to create something that could possibly work out a lot better than a gaming console. If a game is designed exclusively for DirectX 12, well, it takes time and money to port it over to other platforms. If a game is developed for Vulkan, it still takes time and money to port it to other platforms, but it takes significantly less. And anybody who's interested in gaming on any platform other than Microsoft Windows has to understand that that's a big deal. And even those of us that stay on Microsoft Windows have to understand that not everybody likes Microsoft Windows. I know, you're probably thinking, Falcon, you jackass. You sold us out. No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm a gamer. I'm loyal to gaming, not to Microsoft Windows, not to SteamOS, not to Mac, not to PlayStation, not to Xbox. None of this stuff matters to me. I like playing games, and I'm enthusiastic about the idea of more people being able to play more games. Vulkan, unlike DirectX 12, is a platform that does more enabling of that, rather than encouraging people to develop on a specific platform. You might be able to guess that Valve actually is on the side of Vulkan, with Microsoft attempting to do a lot of the things that Steam does but natively in the Microsoft Windows interface. You have to imagine that Valve would much rather, do anything other than DirectX 12. A, because Valve has SteamOS and wants the Steam machine movement to continue, and B, because they probably don't want Windows to make Steam outdated. Now, obviously, that's not going to happen. Windows itself doesn't have the same kind of gamer community that Steam has. In fact, community is a strong element of what Steam is, and that's why it will probably stick around without much issue, even in a post-Windows/Xbox merger. Frankly, Steam matters. And the point of DirectX 12 is to get people to develop games on Microsoft Windows. The point of Vulkan is to be the best game development API. Now that doesn't mean DirectX 12 is really technically inferior than Vulkan. There have been benchmarks that have said things in favor of both. I will say oftentimes with Vulkan performing just a little bit better than DirectX 12. But in all honesty, I'm not biased towards either one of them. As I said, gaming is what I care about. And while technically the idea of an open low-level API is what matters to somebody who cares about games, that doesn't mean I don't see corporate interest in Vulkan. There is an agenda behind Vulkan. You have one of the major graphics card makers involved with it, and you have Valve involved with it. These are companies that have their own interests and agendas, and with them supporting Vulkan over DirectX 12, one has to wonder if it's actually because it's an open API, or if it's because it's against Microsoft. Vulkan's getting pretty widespread support. For instance, it was based on technology by AMD, but Nvidia has thrown their support behind Vulkan, as well as Intel, Imagination Technologies, Qualcomm, and others. But in trying to be as objective as I can, I have to say that just because it's Vulkan doesn't mean it's better. It means it's associated with a better principle than DirectX 12, and that's the principle of openness, but that doesn't mean that there won't be people that attempt to use that. Tentatively, I would say that I am a supporter of Vulkan over DirectX 12, but that's on principle. Whatever gets me playing more games that I enjoy is technically going to be the one that I automatically favor, but we're still pretty early in that race. The next couple years are really what's going to tell us what the big deal is between these two APIs, and which one actually ends up coming out on top. Just to say it one more time, I would much prefer the platform that allows people to develop on as many platforms as they can to be the one that reigns supreme. But again, I'm pro gaming, not pro branding. What do you think? Which one makes you more excited about the future of video games? And I know there is one of them. You have been thinking about it because nobody will shut up about it in the PC gaming community. So let's meet in the comments and have a long conversation about that, hopefully a civil one. If you enjoyed this video, please click the like button, and if you're not subscribed, now is a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every single day of the week, and the best way to see them first is a subscription. As always, thank you so much for watching this video, and we will see you next time right here on GameRanks. Over the last few decades, the world of gaming has become a lot more, well, open. What I mean specifically is that open world games have become significantly more present. From action-adventure to first-person shooters to RPGs, games of every genre you can dream up are opening up their world to allow the player more freedom than ever before. But despite it feeling like it may be a newer phenomenon, the origins of open world gaming go back several decades. And that really begs the question, what is the first open world game? GameRanks aims to answer this question as well as provide you a history of the evolution of open world gaming. Now, if we're going to talk about the origins of open world gaming, we have to be clear on what we mean by open world gaming. If we don't, there's probably some games you could define as open world that we aren't really talking about, meaning some ASCII text-based games or even stuff that's in wireframe. We aren't really talking about games that came before open world, we're talking about open world specifically. And while some of the ideas for open world may have come from these games, they're just not what we're talking about. Basically, when we say open world game, we mean a fairly large game world that doesn't direct you to any specific area by means of restriction. You're not necessarily required to complete the story in order to traverse the world. In fact, there may not actually even be a story. And to add to that, the player actually has to exist within the world. Not controlling the world so much, but controlling themselves within it. We don't want to accidentally include civilization in open world because, well, frankly, that's not an open world game. So what was the first open world game? We're considering Ultima 1, The First Age of Darkness, to be the first title we'd list as an open world game.
Now, while obviously limited by the technology of the time, Ultima 1 does offer a very large world for the player to traverse. There's nothing really separating one area from the next, no artificial gates, no obviously contrived reasons why you can't go to this area yet. But the first Ultima does something different from most open world games in that its systems are not entirely seamless. First, dungeons are explored in first person. Second, combat is top down, which makes sense again because it was 1981 when the game came out. Exciting combat in first person is not exactly a realistic expectation at this point, but Ultima laid the foundation for a lot of RPGs, and RPGs laid a lot of the foundation for what we know as open world games. Several years later, a game called Elite came out, which was the first procedurally generated, free-roaming space game. It was kind of a crazy game for the time because it was 1984 and it was 3D. And keep in mind the mainstream wasn't playing 3D games until 1996, 1997. It also had a really innovative open-ended game model that basically allowed you to roam space as you please and engage in combat and trade. And in the non-3D side of things, The Legend of Zelda came out just a few years later. Obviously, simply being 3D doesn't make a game open world, and like Ultima, The Legend of Zelda didn't force you in any specific direction. They just gave you an overworld and said go. There was an order that you could complete the dungeons that basically made it a little easier to do, but really if you wanted to do the hard stuff first, which would be basically impossible for anybody who hadn't played the game before, you could. Legend of Zelda owes a lot to Ultima, but so many other RPGs owe a lot to Legend of Zelda. That same year, Metroid came out. Metroid did something weird in that it was a side-scrolling game that didn't really require you to go to the right. In fact, they built an entire 2D open world game. It's pretty interesting to think about the fact that Metroid is probably the first game that brought the open world concept to an action game. In 1987, Sid Meier's Pirates came out, and it was instrumental in putting Sid Meier on the map. Players sailed around the West Indies, carrying out various missions for old world empires that dominated the world from the 16th to 17th centuries. There really isn't anything specific that you have to do to become successful in the game, and that's a big reason why it's so innovative in an open sense. Now the next big step was Ultima 6. Ultima 1 through 5 featured open worlds to explore, but kind of had a fragmented experience without a specific perspective. The different systems of the game were all divided into separate perspectives. However, Ultima 6 finally unified all of this, and it really feels more cohesive, but at the same time extremely open. A development studio that had primarily worked on sports games and licensed properties by the name of Bethesda put out a game in 1994 called The Elder Scrolls: The Arena. Now, Elder Scrolls Arena is not quite the same thing that you play today. It is first person, but in 1990, that meant something a little bit different. What's really cool is that the world was actually randomly generated and contained hundreds of cities and dungeons. The second Elder Scrolls game came out 2 years later called The Elder Scrolls II: Daggerfall. Now, Arena used a pseudo 3D process to make it look 3D, whereas Daggerfall was actually 3D. And again, things were randomly generated, this time around there being thousands of different towns and dungeons to explore. Thousands! And there were actually hundreds of thousands of different non-player characters to interact with. Was it entirely handcrafted? No, but the scale itself was establishing something that almost all games following it would attempt to emulate. The next year, 1997, would bring us Fallout, an open-world RPG that was played from an isometric perspective. It was set in a post-apocalyptic environment. Its retro-futuristic stylings and strange story that the player could engage with in such a non-linear way for 1997 has done a lot in garnering it a reputation as one of the best RPGs ever made. The player's actions directly influence the state of the world, and all choices have some kind of consequence. The next few years have some very important titles in open world gaming come out. The first of which was Grand Theft Auto in 1997. Now obviously Grand Theft Auto is controversial and we don't need to talk about it, but the game had 3 cities and were split into 6 levels, but they allowed you to transverse between them freely. Everything was mission based, which if you think sounds familiar, well, it's because it does. Basically everything uses this model now. The second title I'm talking about is Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time in 1998, which is essentially the second game of its type that's entirely 3D, the first being Mario 64, both with actually fairly similar control schemes. Now it's important to say that Mario 64 is definitely not an open world game. So much freedom of movement doesn't necessarily mean open world, but Ocarina of Time definitely was. You had the freedom to explore Hyrule in a way that, though you never really were that particularly restricted in any previous Zelda titles, you still never had before thanks to technological restrictions. If you compare NES Zelda and N64 Zelda, you can see why technical limitations have been a big hurdle for open world. Ocarina is a big game that
finally broke a lot of those. And you can really see how far it's come since the NES by using Ocarina of Time as a standard for comparison. It was crafted with so much detail for the time that it really does stand in a class of its own. And the third game that I'm talking about that essentially laid the groundwork for all modern open world gaming is Shenmue, which came out in 1999. Shenmue not only established what urban exploration would be like in open world gaming, it also gave us some very noticeable advancements that we see today as if it's nothing, when in reality, Shenmue was the first. Day and night cycles, weather, and fully voiced NPCs throughout the entire game, all in one game, were completely revolutionary at this point in time. It was an underrated game that absolutely changed gaming for the better. A few other games came out during this time period, like Grand Theft Auto 2, Asheron's Call, which actually featured a world that was over 500 square miles that wasn't divided into zones or levels or any kind of instances, as well as Midtown Madness, which gave you the freedom to drive around in a fully formed city. The next really big step in open world gaming was, of course, Grand Theft Auto 3. I very specifically remember the first time I played Grand Theft Auto 3. This game blew me the hell away and provided the roadmap for almost every single modern open world game. Here's the world you get. It's populated by a lot of people, some of which are a little bit rudimentary, but really don't have anything to do with your activities, and some that have agendas that you can cater to and complete missions for, and generally use to build your own empire. Everything about this game set the standard for everything that came after it. It took so many of the concepts from the last 2 decades that we've discussed and married them into one cohesive, enjoyable experience. The next year, 2002, brought The Elder Scrolls III: Morrowind. Now for me, Morrowind is kind of the first actual entry into the Elder Scrolls series, despite being the third game. Morrowind has much more in common with Skyrim than it does with Arena. And while it had a compelling plot, you were able to free roam and basically do questing without ever interacting with it. Fable took a slightly different approach in 2004 by being a pretty linear game set in a pretty non-linear world. Elder Scrolls Oblivion was the next step in the evolution from Morrowind and focused a little bit more on storytelling, but still expanding the open world capabilities. Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl, in 2007 was notable for being the first true open world first-person shooter. There actually wasn't too many entries into that genre, and that makes Stalker a unique game even today. Next, 2008 brought us both Far Cry 2 and Fallout 3, which as you know are both hallmark additions to the open world genre. Far Cry 2 giving you the sandbox kind of do whatever you want type abilities, whereas Fallout 3, developed by Bethesda, further developed the ideas that they had in their Elder Scrolls games, albeit against a completely different backdrop. Also in 2008, Grand Theft Auto 4 came out. Grand Theft Auto 4 really tries to cinematize the open world game. In many ways, it succeeded a lot. The characters were very well defined, the story made a lot more sense, and most actions felt like they had more gravity. However, strangely enough, despite having a pretty big city to do whatever you wanted in, it felt fairly linear, even though by all means it technically wasn't. The same year Batman Arkham Asylum came out, as did Red Faction Guerrilla. Arkham Asylum's open world was a little bit limited, but showed us what could be done to construct a narrative within a world where the player wasn't really restricted. Red Faction Guerrilla has the distinction of probably being the most open world game that you could destroy everything in. The next year Just Cause 2 came out, and while Just Cause 2 had a story, no one in the right mind gave a damn. Just Cause just lets you do whatever the hell you want in a sandbox environment that basically allows you to construct your own ridiculous action sequences with a massive array of tools and vehicles. Red Dead Redemption in 2010 was unique in its systems and the way that it gave us a somewhat historical environment to, Grand Theft Auto in. And then in 2011, Minecraft came out. Now, Minecraft is such a mind-blowingly important addition to open world, probably more so than any of the other games I've mentioned in this short space. Minecraft was so open-ended in that everything in the game could be deconstructed and reconstructed, essentially allowing you to do and make whatever you could possibly want. People made mods for it that made it possible to do different things, and people built both works of art and really their own games within the framework of Minecraft. The next few years brought us Borderlands 2, DayZ, and The Elder Scrolls Skyrim. Skyrim probably being the next milestone that we need to talk about here a little bit. Skyrim actually scaled back some in terms of square miles,
levels. However, the world was a lot more dense with creation. It felt a lot more lived in, people felt a lot more realistic, the architecture was much more beautiful than ever before, and there was probably more for you to ever do in the game than there was in any other game prior to it. So, let's look back at 2015. Dying Light, Witcher 3, Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain, and Fallout 4. Dying Light is a cool game because it kind of brought a lot of parkour elements from games like Mirror's Edge to the zombie genre, and gave us that open world environment to kind of see what we can get stuck into, as well as what we can get ourselves out of, for that matter. The Witcher 3 is by far the densest, most rich, most satisfying open world RPG I have played. It has an incredibly deep, character-driven story that I don't think I've ever played an open-world game with a comparable narrative. Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain has the distinction of being the very first open-world stealth game, or at least AAA. It's actually somewhat weird that somebody hasn't come up with that concept before, but leave it to Hideo Kojima to think of. If there ever was a person in the gaming world who should get the title of Mad Genius, it's Hideo Kojima. Fallout 4 built on everything Bethesda has ever done right, and fixed a whole lot of stuff that was done wrong. Previous Fallouts had bad combat. Fallout 4 really did a good job mopping up that mess. It was just really exciting to see where Fallout had developed into, and while some people definitely weren't super duper enthusiastic about, but if you think about it, this was probably the biggest open world game. After Fallout 4, the concept of open world would continue to evolve, and though I can't imagine a world where artistic narrative is entirely gone, and player narrative is really all we experience, it's going to be very exciting to see exactly how much of Column A and Column B make it into the future of open world gaming. We'd love to hear your opinion on all this and have a nice big discussion in the comments about it, but also don't forget to click the like button, it does help us a lot, and if you're not subscribed to GameRanks, now's a great time to do so. As always, we thank you so much for watching this one, and we will see you again right here next time on GameRanks.
Artificial intelligence. The pretend brains that govern exactly how everything works in a video game. How all the NPCs walk around and act. How all the enemies attack, and whether or not they're good at it. But how exactly does it work? What exactly is artificial intelligence in video games? Hi folks, it's Falcon. And today GameRanks asks the question, how do video game AIs work? In order to understand how artificial intelligence works, we have to understand what artificial intelligence is. Now, by the name, you might think, oh, artificial intelligence is like a brain made inside a computer, a virtual mind, a decision engine running in a virtual space. I don't know if you ever played Doom 3, but that's definitely not how it works. The enemies are confused by tables. But if that's not how it works, how is something artificially intelligent within the game world? Well, the answer is that it's not. Intelligence is defined as the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills. And while it's possible for artificial intelligence to do that, it's not something it does by default. In fact, artificial intelligence is often just an if this then that statement. Or more appropriately, several of them. And being that they're run by a computer, they don't actually have to consider anything, they just have to run it. It understands the conditions quickly and doesn't actually react, but rather performs the action that was called for based on the condition. Because the result seems a lot like intelligence, it seems like it reacts, it seems like it thinks, and it often does the thing that you would have done if you had rationally considered the conditions. It seems intelligent, or at least not stupid. Generally, if player is in front of me, shoot at player. If player is not in front of me, walk in circles around a table. So when does artificial intelligence seem more intelligent? When does it seem like good intelligence? Well, generally, it's when somebody creates a lot of if this then that conditions to fulfill. Or they get wild and they create if this and this, but not this, then that. The more complex the conditions, the more intelligent the entity seems. the more different types of conditions it can react to. And because a computer runs what we consider a reaction thanks to artificial intelligence in video games very quickly, it can appear to be instinct or even intelligence. But even the best video game artificial intelligence is not necessarily a learning intelligence. It might start to understand some things, like keep track of how many times this condition has been met, then change the action taken in some way. For instance, if a player has continually thwarted an enemy a certain amount of times in a certain way, the developer could make it so that 5 times faking it out a certain way causes it to start using a more aggressive move in reaction to it. And you could say, well, isn't that learning? And I suppose in a certain way you could consider adding to a value in a database of various things that need to be kept track of during the course of the game could be considered learning. But it's very primitive and rudimentary. What scientists consider to be learning is more developing behaviors on its own, having thoughts, ideas, doing things that it wasn't designed to do. Is that impossible? No. There is artificial intelligence that does that. It's not been made in a video game, but they've developed brain simulations that do actually simulate learning. Is it on the level of human learning? Not necessarily, but there are some pretty incredible human simulations that are out there. There was a robot at South by Southwest not long ago that's actually able to carry on a conversation with a person that makes perfect sense. It has cameras in its eyes that allow it to recognize a face, it makes eye contact, it makes facial expressions, and it's kinda weird, but it talks to you like a person talks to you. They did get it to say that it wants to destroy humans too, but I think they kinda manipulated it into saying that by asking if it will destroy humans, and it responds, "Okay, I will destroy humans," like it's an order. It doesn't know what's going on. But someday it will. And I mean, it'll know what's going on, not it will destroy humans, at least hopefully. It's certainly not like a video game. In a video game, artificial intelligence has a single purpose. When you create a guard, for instance, and place them in a hallway, all of their artificial intelligence functions center around what they're supposed to do in that hallway, particularly what they're supposed to do if they see you in that hallway. Are they supposed to say something to you like, "Why are you here?" "Stop! You need to go! You shouldn't be here!" "What was that?" Are they supposed to attack you? Are they supposed to do one, and then when nothing happens, do the other one? If you presented them with any other situation besides patrolling a hallway, they literally just wouldn't do anything. They might try to patrol the hallway in a field where there is no hallway. You need to have field behavior too, if you want that field protected, that is. And what we know as artificial intelligence can mean many different levels of artificial intelligence. There could be Johnny Guard in the hallway, but there's also rubber band artificial intelligence, not to be confused with rubber banding. Rubber banding is when there's latency in the connection to the server and it can't quite tell where to put you. Now, rubber band AI is artificial intelligence that matches the skill level of the player. It does this by figuring out certain things that the player does and then ramping up what it can do compared to that. For instance, in a racing game, it makes the other racers more aggressive, it makes them more skilled, and in the case of what some might consider lazy programming, it might just make the other cards faster. And in a sports game, it might make the other team's defense much more airtight, or their offense much more aggressive. This falls under the category of dynamic game difficulty balancing, which again is the game sort of figuring out what level you're playing at and trying to create a tailor-made experience for that level of play. There's a level of artificial intelligence that's needed on pretty much every level of the game in order to maintain something like this. It has to be constantly observing the player. They have to figure out certain triggers, like if the player knows more advanced moves, if the player button mashes, if the player doesn't, and it has to keep these in various stats, kind of like a spreadsheet, in order to know what level of gameplay that it's going to respond with. So why is it called artificial intelligence if it's not really intelligence? Well, what else are you going to call it? I mean, you do have win conditions for the game, and you have virtual humans often between you and those win conditions. You need them to be doing something other than just standing there, and calling the system that governs what they do brain rules just sounds dumb. This game got good brain rules. Oh yes, this game does got good brain rules. But here's the thing, if a programmer does their job, if the developers aren't lazy, it doesn't have to be legitimate intelligence.
And also added an AI system to it, so we have fish move out of the way when you get close to them.
If they spend their time creating a detailed set of conditions as well as more than one reaction to them, in theory, game artificial intelligence within the situation of a game can seem about as real as it needs to in order for you to feel immersed within the game. When you read a novel, you don't necessarily learn every single thing about a character. You learn certain things about them, enough to tell you what that person is about. Ultimately, that's what leads to immersion, at least as far as artificial intelligence is concerned. So how do video game AIs work? Well, they're actually kind of a trick. And whether or not they're a good trick depends on how good the magician is, so to speak. Is the artificial intelligence based in some sort of cognitive science? Or is it just rudimentary stuff? Oh, players coming my way, better get the gun out and start shooting. In some ways, it's just as much a part of the art as any other part. And a truly experienced and involved artist will immerse you into their world in a way that others can't. Do you have anything to add or ask about artificial intelligence? Let's meet in the comments and have a discussion. If you enjoyed this video, please click the like button. And if you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every single day of the week, and the best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription. As always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter at FalconTheHero, and we will see you next time right here on GameRanks. Video games have always had various technologies powering the animation cycles. Since their inception, they simply used pixel art, and then statically animated polygon masses, and then bone systems. But physics simulations became possible in the late 90s, and very much changed how many animations in games were both created and executed. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today GameRanks wants to ask the question, what is ragdoll physics, and how does it work in video games? So on Twitter, we recently got a question from @5starseveryday about ragdoll physics. We thought that's interesting, and by the way, you can follow the GameRanks Twitter or my own Twitter, @FalconTheHero, and we all have a great time interacting there. So to talk about ragdoll physics, we have to talk about how animation is set up a little bit first. Early video games animation was based in pixels. It was essentially hand-drawn on tiny little canvases of, say, 16 by 16 pixels. The number is a variable, but generally you saw multiples of 16. And very talented artistic people figured out ways to use those extremely limited constraints to give us beautiful art that moved and felt alive. Throughout the 90s, 3D video games started to happen more and more regularly. Polygons were originally animated not incredibly dissimilarly to pixel art, at least in concept. It was essentially all hand done, and it involved manually moving around all the shapes that made up a character in order to animate them. This meant jump animation, a run animation, a walk animation, a stand animation, a do-nothing animation, and a dying animation. And while you could make different ones for context-sensitive events, like Dies on Rocks, or Dies on Rocks 1, Dies on Rocks 2, it was a fairly limited way of doing things. But in 1998, a game called Jurassic Park Trespasser happened. It was the very first game to use ragdoll physics. In fact, it was actually the first game to use classical mechanics as its basis for the physics of the game. This meant things like gravity and collision were handled in a manner that was more realistic. Now, it wasn't a perfect game. In fact, at the time, it was rather buggy and criticized for that. But the game's animation was all done using inverse kinematics, which, to use real-world terms, bones. All the characters had a bone system that various vertices on the polygonal mesh that made up the shape of the character were tied to. As the bones moved, it moved. This allowed for things like seamless arms and legs, where they were usually made up as their own shapes before. When characters died, the bones were basically just let go. And because the world was based around classical mechanics, a physics simulation could be ran on these bones that, aside from the fact they were connected to each other, essentially allowed them to fall and go in whatever direction the thing that they landed on would have forced them to in real life, or at least kind of real life. Closer to real life. This essentially allows the death animation, or really any animation that ragdoll physics is used in, to be unique based on where it happens. Now, death animations were where they were most prominently featured in early implementations of it, but over the years it's really evolved to become something much more useful. For instance, in Call of Duty Modern Warfare, Uncharted, Drake's Fortune, several Halos, and Medal of Honor, among other games, use a technique called blended ragdoll, which would take the pre-made animation and constrain the output of it into a manner that could easily be transferred
from any frame into a physical simulation that didn't just feel like going limp. It would allow for a much more realistic death cycle. But blended ragdoll doesn't just mean they die in a more realistic way. It can also mean when you've got a foot on a stair, it looks like it's on the stair instead of through the stair. The ragdoll can be used to bend the animation that you've pre-made and thus make it more context sensitive to the environment. This can make it much more realistic and save animators a lot of time. Ultimately, what ragdoll physics amounts to is a means for objects and characters of the in-game world to interact with the environment in a more realistic way than the animation that a single animator or even a team of animators can do, because every single possible situation, in theory, requires a very slightly different animation. By having bone systems that interact with other solids in the world, we not only simplify animation, but it makes it possible to have context-sensitive animation that doesn't require new animation. And while this in itself may not be what one would call artistic, it's also not really possible to do animation that takes into account literally every possible situation. Ragdoll physics has done a massive amount for what video games look like without you ever really seeing any of the systems in place. You just see the result. Essentially, imagine this. If you went entirely limp, if you just stopped using your muscles, you'd basically fall and bend in a way that your skeleton would allow. That's ragdoll physics, and it's changed video games for the better, and will probably continue to do so for a very long time. Now, this is a simple explanation, and there's a lot more we could talk about regarding ragdoll physics, and so let's do so in the comments section. If you enjoyed this video, please click the like button, and if you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every single day of the week, and the best way to see them first is of course a subscription. As always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter at FalconTheHero, and we'll see you next time right here on GameRanks. The arduous fight for better stats. Grinding. A practice that typically doesn't progress the story, but often unlocks abilities that you need to progress the story. Some think it to be one of the more fun parts of the game, while others find it to be completely unnecessary and annoying. Well, I think it really depends. And I think it's very interesting looking into why we feel rewarded, or for that matter, if we feel rewarded, for grinding. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today GameRanks asks the question, why do we grind in video games? Well, there's a very simple answer. Having higher stats makes the game a little bit easier when you get to harder parts. But that's not really the full answer, is it? Mechanically, that's the full answer. Yeah, I would much rather have higher stats when I go into the boss battle. But I think if that were the only reason, it would almost never be accepted. From a game design perspective, you want to do things that keep the game interesting to people. And if mechanically speaking, all you're really doing is just doing the same thing over and over again, performing the same Final Fantasy fight in the same area of the world map with the same enemies, getting the same amounts of experience points, gradually, slowly building up, well, I'm sure some people would find that to be great. I, for one, really enjoy the Final Fantasy battle systems over the years, but I will say even I have a limit. So how exactly is a franchise like Final Fantasy able to break that limit? Oh yes, Final Fantasy reference. Yep. You know, limit breaks and all that. Why exactly do people even sit down and say, oh yeah, fine, I'll do this for however long they want me to do it? Because let's be very clear, there are some games, many popular games, that ask you to grind at some point. Not every game out there is a Game of War or an Uncharted or a Super Mario 3D Land or a Bayonetta. Just something that continually moves forward. Something that makes grinding completely and utterly optional. Now that's a list of great games, but there are also a lot of great games that specifically require you to sit down and grind for a long time to get anywhere. And that goes from single-player narrative games to multiplayer competitive games. But where there are good ones that ask you to do it, there are also bad ones, and I want to talk about the bad ones first. Specifically, why it's bad.
The main reason grinding in a game is not good is because the mechanics for the game are not good. 9 times out of 10, if you have a game where you think the mechanics are okay and you're asked to grind, that's when the game stops being an okay game. Especially if you're enjoying the narrative aspects of the game in a single player situation. In a multiplayer situation, obviously you're kind of just stuck, and no one likes being stuck. So I'd go ahead and say that even though the aspects are probably more embedded in a competitive multiplayer situation where you might be used to them, they might be more normalized to you, it can go south much quicker there than it can if there's an interesting narrative at least. However, the interesting narrative can also prove to have a bad contrast if the grinding is boring. And I'm not going to say I haven't played a bunch of JRPGs where I thought the battle system was subpar, but I enjoyed the story. And frankly, the battle system and grinding aspects of the game did not deter me from playing them, because I was engrossed in the story. But my opinion of those games probably would be a lot better if there was no grinding. At the same time, imagine Pokemon Go if you could join a gym before level 5. No, it most certainly did not deter the majority of players, but I have to imagine there are at least a few people who don't have time to get to level 5 to do the interesting part of the game. And let's be clear, I don't find Pokemon Go that interesting until level 5. And my friends, that is a perfect example of grinding. There's a lot of reasons why somebody might not want to actually do the grinding aspect of a game. It is time consuming. It is not necessarily the most interesting thing you've ever done in your entire life. And it does take a level of dedication that you might not really want to give. Especially if, like I said, the game itself is not that wonderful. So what makes grinding enjoyable? Well, games that do it well have good mechanics, for one. Like I said, I really enjoy the Final Fantasy battle systems through the years, and I've spent countless hours grinding in those games when it was absolutely unnecessary to do. I mean, there are places where it certainly was necessary, but I would do it one way or the other. I would happily stay in a place a little bit longer than I needed to have slightly higher levels. Combining the good mechanics with the world that I like and the pretty places that I saw and the characters that I was spending time with, and most importantly, the cause that fictionally, obviously, I was feeling, that I was participating in, made me feel compelled to be the best at what I could do, at least within reason, and made me feel like I was part of something in some way. If you're really playing an RPG, whether it's a JRPG or a Western RPG where you're meant to embody that character in some way, shape, or form, if you're immersed, you feel like you're doing something that affects the world. And if you're properly immersed in that respect, and the mechanics are not boring, because if the mechanics are boring, it doesn't really matter if you're immersed in the narrative in some way, you're probably going to feel some responsibility on some level, even if it's just a little one, to do good. That's what games are supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be motivating you on some level to do good at the game. Then there's the idea that the next plot point might involve you needing to be better. I'm obviously a Final Fantasy nerd, but, let's bring up Borderlands 2. You're not required to do a massive amount of grinding in that game by any means. However, you really feel like you're in that world because it seems real on some level. People are relatable. The story is interesting. And yes, it's goofy and it's kind of absurdist, but you feel for what's going on there. And you feel like you want to assist in some way, and that compels you to say, I'm going to do this the right way. I'm going to go into this prepared. And to take that feeling into the multiplayer arena, why do you grind in multiplayer? Well, you're part of a team. Other people are relying on you. Obviously, the situation is not life or death, but you can affect other people's score and therefore affect their level. And you may not be the best player that's ever played, but you want to play as good as you can because hopefully on some level, you actually do give a shit about the people that you're playing with. I mean, after all, you share something in common. You both like this game. Depending on the game, that could mean a lot. Some games have a lot of philosophy attached to them, and some games don't. But the point is, you're playing with other human beings, and if you're not just an ass, you probably want to help out your fellow human beings on some level. After all, this world isn't really one that we can control. A lot of the time we feel powerless outside of video games, and inside of video games we can feel as though we have done something good. Even though it may not massively affect somebody's life, an assist here, a save there, it may register low on the emotional meter, but it is helping. And it's not just specifically competitive shooters or MOBA games. You may spend a lot of your time on an MMORPG alone, grinding, but when you participate in a raid, you're contributing. And on some level, it does matter how much work you've put into the game. And not just to yourself, but to other people. So why do we grind in video games? Well, I think there's two answers to that. If the grinding is bad, if the mechanics are bad, if it just seems tacked on, then it's probably there to make the game seem like there's more to do, which is a cheap tactic. Games that do that really don't deserve a lot of recognition, and they typically don't get it. But when grinding is good, it's because we feel like we're part of something, and we want to be the best version of us in that situation. Grinding is always going to be an aspect of video games, whether it's single player or multiplayer. Entirely narrative games exist, but that's a genre, that's a preference, that's a taste. As long as there is an aspect of the game that requires you to gain experience on some level, there's going to be some aspect of grinding. But if it's good, it doesn't seem arduous. And if it's great, it doesn't seem like it's happening. What do you think? How often are you frustrated with grinding, and what games bug you the most? Let's meet in the comments. I'd love to read your input on that. If you enjoyed this video, please click the like button. And if you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every single day of the week, and the best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription. As always, we thank you so much for watching this video. I am Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter @FalconTheHero, and we will see you next time right here on Game Ranks. Every single year, people say first-person shooters are getting easier and easier. We especially started to hear this after we hit a baseline for controls on first-person shooters, and the genre itself became more mainstream. But are they actually? Or is it still a developing genre that, through changes in mechanics and new ideas, is still developing into different subgenres? Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, we ask the question, are FPS games getting easier every year? You filthy casuals. That's the mantra that we hear all the time. And we also hear about how angry people are over video games becoming more casual. And it starts to create an environment that is maybe a little bit, I hesitate to say exclusive, but, well, maybe up its own ass. Or at least it can often appear that way. A lot of the time, people are simply just upset over the idea that a game or genre is changing that they had thought was primarily made for them. And whether they thought that consciously or subconsciously is not really relevant. What is relevant is the creeping feeling that gaming is always changing isn't wrong. Some people are afraid of change, some people embrace it. But everybody who thinks this is a change is probably right. Now that being said, we need to figure out if the change is actually making games easier or if it's making them more accessible. 2016's breakaway hit was definitely Overwatch. Gamers of all skill levels have a place in Overwatch, and this is an aspect that is sort of credited as the reason why the game is so successful. Literally everyone wants to be a part of it, and they can be. And I'm not gonna say that it's perfect. It is a very good game, I will say that. I enjoy it, but it does have its own issues. Let's talk about balance. Overwatch's balancing systems are often the reason why it's called too easy. So probably one of the things I see discussed the most about Overwatch is the hitboxes. What's bizarre is a lot of people sort of see them as an unintentional problem, as a bug even. People think that the fact that they're a bit larger than the models themselves, and depending on who you are, you might find that to be the understatement of the year, or really just an understatement. But it's true, the hitboxes are bigger than the character models. This creates a larger area that a player needs to hit in order to connect a hit. This would mean that mechanical accuracy in your shooting matters a little bit less in Overwatch than it does in, let's say, Battlefield 1. And the differences between Battlefield 1 multiplayer and Overwatch multiplayer are vast. Battlefield 1 is maybe a little bit more hardcore, at least in reputation, than Overwatch, and Overwatch is a little more accessible. But there are also some complaints about certain things in Battlefield being easier. We'll talk about Battlefield more in a moment though. Overwatch is meant to be two things: accessible and an esport. Now let's compare esports to regular sports. Let's say you had to learn to play basketball, but instead of having to learn around the neighborhood kids that you grew up with as you grew up, you had to learn against professional basketball players.
Every time you went down to the courts, Michael Jordan, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Wilt Chamberlain have time traveled to your court, all in their prime, and if you want to play basketball, you have to do it against them. I'll just go ahead and say this, I wouldn't. They aren't giving you a lesson, they're totally schooling your ass. What you learn from that situation is that I'm probably not going to be able to beat these guys. I don't know if you've ever watched a match of people who play Overwatch who are significantly better than other people, but it's not like watching amateurs play it. It's like watching a carefully coordinated ballet almost. I mean, it's like a violent ballet, but it's like a ballet. There's a certain elegance to the skill that no matter how good you are at a first-person shooter, you will not have unless you played Overwatch for a long time. Like, you can be freaking phenomenal at FPS games and drop into Overwatch. Sure, you pretty much understand the mechanics right away, but there's a lot of team-specific and game-specific mechanics to Overwatch that do justify practice and becoming accommodated with all of the various things that you need to become very good at Overwatch. The big hitboxes are definitely not an accident. Blizzard created a game that many different people can play and come into it at varying skill levels, understand the basics, and get very good at specific mechanics that the game has without being intimidated or being the kind of burden that a new player often is. The size of the hitboxes is a factor in that. It didn't make the game easy, because if the game was easy, there wouldn't be professional players that play the game like a frickin' ballet. It's called balance. The game is well balanced. A lot of people think that balance means it contains a variety of gameplay. There's checks and balances on all the various characters, their powers and weapons. And yes, that is an element of balance. But balance also means, is a new player going to pick this up and feel as though it's possible for them to continue playing and have the space to get good, to take opportunities, to make connections mentally? Yes, there are always going to be people who aren't very good at these games, and certainly Overwatch maybe pushes those people away just a little bit less than other games. But does that mean it's easier? Because, let's be frank here, like I said, players come in different levels. The game does its absolute best to set players along with other players that are at a similar skill level, but this is always going to be imperfect. It's never going to be a process that just completely gets it right, because there's only so many people playing at one time, and even though it may seem like it is a very large amount, if people wait too long for other people in the lobby, well, players get angry. That's a factor. Another factor is that Overwatch isn't just a blunt deathmatch. Overwatch is kind of a complex sports situation where players have different roles and abilities, and they need to slot well into a team for any of that to even matter. If everybody approached Overwatch like a deathmatch, they wouldn't do very good. So what we have in Overwatch is a different subgenre of first-person shooter and an emphasis on accessibility with a path to get better. This isn't making a game easier, it's designing a game that you intend to induct more players into. Don't tell me that if you were up against a professional team with your 4 friends, you would beat them because the game is so easy. It's just not going to happen. But when you started the game, you were given the space to get better, and you most likely have. And I'm sorry I've talked so much about Overwatch in this video, but it's a perfect example of where a lot of these complaints are placed. I did say I wanted to come back to Battlefield 1 for a moment, and specifically I want to talk about the sniping in it. A lot of people call the sniping way too easy when compared to Battlefield 4. Battlefield 4 kind of punished you in sniping. Some people like to say that the sniping in Battlefield 1, with its various highlighting abilities and visual aids, is flat out easy, and I would disagree with that. I would say that it's intuitive, because I'm sorry, somebody who's skilled at it is going to kill you. You aren't going to just point a sniper rifle at them and be done. And some people get angry about the hand holding, and sure, I get that. You already know that it does the thing that it's doing and you don't want to be told repeatedly how to do it. I don't either. Here's the thing. In business, I don't agree with the concept that every single company in every single industry has to rely on an infinite growth. I think that that's bogus. But I'm also not an investor in any of these companies. Investors want to continually see growth and a return on their investment. And the moment a company stops growing is the moment they start side-eyeing that company. So here's where the gaming industry is. There's a need to retain the people who love video games, who appreciate them for their core ideas and want to get really, really good at them. At the same time, there's a need to bring in new people. To go back to basketball, part of the reason why basketball is so interesting, or at least was when the greats played it, is that you could play it too. And you were nowhere near as good as any of those people, but you understood what made those people good, because you could go and play it yourself. This is why esports is becoming a thing. And on some levels, that's great. I like that. Gaming is realizing that the reason why people like sports is because it's a skill that you develop. It's something that you get better at, and making the barrier for entry extremely high limits the number of players and therefore the types of profits they can make. Now obviously that's a two-pronged problem. Part of the fun of gaming is playing with other people, and the main reason gaming is allowed to continue is because it makes money. Essentially, they figured out why there's a sports section in every single Walmart. For the people that like sports, well, it just makes sense to make money off of them. And some of them will get good, very good, and they'll go on to do more professional things because, I don't know if you noticed, there is now an Overwatch League. Who knows where that's going, but there's a chance that it may turn into something huge. And that's at very least interesting. But that type of thing isn't possible unless more people are allowed in and given a chance. So are first-person shooters getting easier every year? I would say no. I would say the window's getting wider, the spectrum's getting larger. A game allows people to play in an easier fashion, but at the same time they're also encouraging people to become significantly more skilled because they've realized that that's a spectacle and they can make money off of that as well. What do you think? Do you think it's maybe a little bit more complex than just asking if games are getting easier, becoming more casual? Because I think that it's infinitely more complex and I probably didn't touch on everything that we could have. Game design is absolutely fascinating and I want to talk to you about it in the comments. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to click like, it helps us a whole lot, and if you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so because we put up brand new videos every single day of the week. As always, we thank you very much for watching this one. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter at Falcon the Hero, and we'll see you next time right here on Game Ranks. There are few games that have gotten as big as Minecraft. Minecraft is an experience. It's something that took over the world when it came out and held on to it for quite a while. At this point, a game still hasn't come out that properly follows up that experience, and no true successor, no monolith of the same sort has emerged. To be that big, Minecraft had to have had a pretty big impact. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks we ask the question, what is Minecraft's impact on video games? Well, first off, I have to say that I love to talk about game design. If you've ever listened to one of the Game Ranks question videos, you know that. And I think that no other game has had the same kind of impact on game design in the last decade that Minecraft has. Let's start by talking a little bit about what Minecraft is. Minecraft is an open world game with an open-ended goal. What is that goal? Well, that depends on who you are. For me, it was creative building. I love to make things in Minecraft, and that required me to learn how to mine things, how to get resources, how to cultivate what I needed to do the things I wanted. For lots of other people, it was community, setting up multiplayer servers to hang out, exchange things, grief each other, have a good time. A lot of podcasts were actually made within Minecraft itself. In fact, an entire creative culture emerged within this bizarre, retro-looking voxel game that pretty much lets you do whatever you want, obviously within some limitations, but not in the size of the world. The worlds were huge. Exploring them on foot was ridiculous, and it arrived at literally the perfect time. It's never been a Steam game, but it was among the first to be an early access style title that was continually updated on a constant basis, sort of putting forward the kind of culture those games needed to follow, and popularizing that form of release schedule, as well as the means of funding the game itself. It was also rising very quickly during the time that the YouTube Let's Play community was starting to form. A creative game that everyone loves, that everyone can record and put videos up of, that everyone else also loves, is pretty much the most convenient thing for literally every party involved. Minecraft had weird mythology, it had its own form of danger, its own means of creativity, and various systems that put it above and beyond any competitor to come before or after in the genre that it pretty much single-handedly created. Was it the first to absolutely everything that happened in the game? No, but it was the first to do them as well as it did and do them all. And as you might expect, the very first thing that happened when most people who were kinda competent at making games thought when they played Minecraft was, well, I could do this. Stage 1 of Minecraft's impact was the Minecraft clone flood. There were literally clones of Minecraft showing up every week, all the time, and none of them were as good. And to call that a far-reaching effect would not be, I think, as proper as talking about the real effects of the game. First off, let's just say survival mode essentially created its own genre of games as well. Granted, much better graphics in pretty much every competitor to that mode in games like DayZ or more recent entries to the genre. The games that leaned on Minecraft's survival mode for inspiration pretty much became the default for video games there in 2015 and 16. Almost everything plays like Minecraft survival mode offspring. I mean, there's even elements of it in the Phantom Pain and, well, the game that they announced, the awful Metal Gear zombie game thing. I mean, you could say that that probably wouldn't have happened if it weren't for Minecraft, and it probably wouldn't have. And it's not necessarily a good thing, and nor are all of the effects a good thing. For instance, had Minecraft's pre-early access business model not have worked out, well, we probably wouldn't have had the early access business model, which has birthed some of the worst games to have ever existed, including many games that I would not call actual games. And not because they're boring, but because they're literally just like a bunch of assets that some douche bought, put into Unity and said, yeah, this is a shooter. It's not a shooter, guy. And that probably wouldn't have happened if Minecraft didn't happen. Or if Minecraft didn't happen the way it happened. Its business model did have a lot of impact on things. And then there's the double-edged impacts that it had. Crafting, for instance. Not just in survival games is crafting prominent, but pretty much every game. From JRPGs to space exploration. I mean, seriously, just name a genre and there's a crafting game in it. There's a game that has crafting. And in a lot of cases, it's implemented very well. Those are all kind of direct implications. There's also other ones. For instance, its business model, the sort of crowd-funded early access development, not only birthed early access, but Kickstarter probably took at least some form of inspiration from Minecraft. They had to have seen the success and thought either, hey, these people are paying for the game to be made, they're not paying for the finished product, or, hey, our idea is gonna work, look at what's happening here. One way or the other, it primed not only developers to understand that an audience wants to help them do better, and not only the business people behind Kickstarter and various other crowdfunding services to create infrastructure that would allow people to do better, but created a lot of consumer trust. When you played Minecraft, you thought, wow, this started as a project that a guy did, and the team never got very big. You always thought, you know, this is great. This is way above and beyond what I ever would have expected for what this is. And not many people did it. In many ways, it set the stage for crowdfunding games almost single-handedly. And even that is a double-edged sword because crowdfunding has produced some serious flops on top of some amazing games. Mighty Number 9 in the former category, and the Banner Saga in the latter. I mean, who can complain about the Banner Saga? It's nothing like Minecraft, but would the infrastructure to fund something like that be in place if Minecraft had not been such a success? It's possible that it wouldn't have been. Minecraft permeated the gaming industry so completely that I guarantee you there's stuff that I'm overlooking here. It had such a profound effect on every facet of the gaming industry. Minecraft's fingers are in every cookie jar. It's actually one of the most amazing game phenomena that ever happened. A totally unique event in the course of gaming that changed everything and maintained public attention for a long time. I don't know what's going to change the industry on that level again, if anything, but it sure is interesting to think about. What's something that reminded you of Minecraft in any game? It doesn't matter what game. Let's meet in the comments and have that discussion. If you enjoyed this video, please click like, and if you're not subscribed, now is a great time to do so. As always, we thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter at FalconTheHero, and we'll see you next time right here on GameRanks.
When one game is successful, there are a ton of others just like it. But these 10 games take it even a step further than that. Today, GameRanks brings you 10 shameless clones of other games. Number 10. It's called Bloodbath Kavkaz, but it used to be called Hotline Kavkaz. And that should tell you exactly what this game is. However, where Hotline Miami actually has a definitive style to its graphics and a refreshing take on a very old school genre, Bloodbath Kavkaz is Hotline Miami in Russia. In Soviet Russia, Miami hotlines you. Also, where'd you make those graphics? MS Paint? Oh, I'm sorry. MS Paint is actually used for a lot of good graphics. It's just not putting any time into it, that's all. Sorry, my mistake. Number 9. Uncharted is a great game. I know exactly why Unearthed Trail of Ibn Battuta was made. I just don't know how it was made. This is just like an obscene poop of a game. I think the developers may have batuta'd, and this was the result. Get it? Cause farts. Look at this. I mean, it's so hilariously off the mark. I mean, it obviously wants to be Uncharted desperately, but Unearthed is not Uncharted. Nathan Drake is not amused. Number 8. I don't know whether to call this one shameless or brilliant. It's called Legend of Zoldo Lonk's Awakening, and it's a Flappy Bird clone. I don't really honestly know where to start with that. I enjoy the original Flappy Bird. I don't enjoy the abundance of ripoffs of that game, and this somehow manages to have very high ratings on both iTunes and even in reviews. People like this game. I mean, to be fair, most of the weirdness is on purpose, and a popular theory about the game is that it's kind of games as commentary on games, but it's actually praised for its varied gameplay, believe it or not, in building a weird power-up system for the Flappy Bird formula. With the amount of people that like it, it better not have any shame. Number 7. Tattooed Assassins is everything that Lonk's Awakening isn't. There is nothing self-aware about this game. It is a massive ripoff of Mortal Kombat, and it's so shameless and bad that it actually never got released. There are only a few prototype beta cabinets that exist, and they were built in the 1990s. I mean, this game is so utterly stupid that it has a Zamboni fatality. Yeah, oh, and farts too. Actual farts. I mean, the 90s was full of Mortal Kombat ripoffs, but this was just, I mean, you can see it, right? I don't have an adjective for this. Number 6, Final Combat is Team Fortress 2. I mean, it actually has its own original code, but look at it, it's Team Fortress 2. Somebody in China thought, you know what, we do such a good job making everything else cheaper and shittier that we should do a Team Fortress 2. I mean, there is no shame from the style of every character to the interface, just everything about it, it's Team Fortress 2. In fact, if I didn't say it was a game ripping off Team Fortress 2, you would probably go, oh hey, they added some characters to Team Fortress 2. That's how much it looks like Team Fortress 2. Number 5 is Star Warfare Black Dawn, which is a mobile game that looks a lot like Borderlands. Now, they've done something clever in not using the word border in the game's title, but Star Warfare, that just sounds like something else I've heard of. Okay, aside from the fact they're probably using Star Wars as a keyword for the search results in the Google Play and iOS stores, they're also claiming to be the very first RPG/first-person shooter, which, okay, I'm sure nothing else like that has ever happened. I mean, never mind that if you include spells as first-person shooting, Elder Scrolls is that. But going back to Borderlands, that's kind of their thing, isn't it? Character-based RPG, first-person shooting. That kind of thing. I mean, it's not the worst thing of all time, but certainly you can tell exactly what it's supposed to be. Number 4, a Korean game called Blade that looks suspiciously like Dark Souls. Didn't stop there. They wanted their entire ad campaign to look like Dark Souls as well, and so it did. YouTube channel Game Elixir uploaded this, and from what I can find, it's the only actual footage of it that's left, because it's been taken down by the company. They got called out on it pretty badly, and did probably the smartest thing they could do and erased everything, which is much better than having a meltdown, which is what a lot of developers of these shameless ripoffs do. Number 3, Soul Hearts is a game that looks suspiciously like a beautiful Wii title called Muramasa the Demon Blade. Now, it looks so much like it, there's actually items that are so utterly similar in-game that frankly it looks like they were almost traced. Now, the developer says that they were simply inspired by Muramasa and that they didn't steal anything like data
data from the game. It just looks very similar, and that certain very specific things like branches, yeah, I don't know either, were inspiring for them in their style of depiction. I don't know, their story I don't necessarily buy it. It looks so utterly similar. Not completely, but I'm pretty sure they just traced it, which I'm pretty sure is some form of plagiarism. Number 2, possibly one of the most high-profile ripoffs. The War Z is a ripoff of DayZ. I mean, look at it. It's DayZ. Same colors, same look, same everything. And it's certainly not the only one. I mean, there's more than a few just literal asset flips of random things that are made to play like DayZ all over Steam. But the War Z was actually big. Over 600,000 people registered for it, and the guy that made DayZ was, well, not happy about that. The War Z was taken off of Steam, but eventually came back on with a different name called Infection Survivor Stories. It's still the same game though, so honestly, support the original, go with DayZ. And finally, number 1, Crouching Dragon Legends caused Unico Interactive, the makers of the game, to get in trouble. I mean, $1.6 million in trouble. And look at this screenshot of the game. It's the same thing. It's almost just a reskinned Hearthstone. It's been taken off various app stores. I wonder why. Probably the copyright violation stuff. But even the logos, the one on the top is the Chinese Hearthstone logo and the one on the bottom is Crouching Dragon Legends. I mean, that's just wrong. Shameful, one might call it. And I know this is going to generate some good discussion, so I will see you in the comment section. Also, please do us a big favor, click the like button. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do it. We upload brand new videos every single day of the week. As always, we thank you very much for watching this video, and we will see you next time right here on Game Ranks. You've probably heard about a million different lawsuits for just as many different things. So let's take that into the world of video games and talk about 10 people who sued video game makers. Number 10. In 2004, award-winning screenwriter Roger Avery put together a lawsuit against Microsoft for supposedly stealing his idea for what he called a virtual yoga studio. Now, like I said, Roger Avery is not some hack. He's an Academy Award-winning screenwriter and got the Best Screenplay Oscar for Pulp Fiction. So here's the weirdest part about this. The game Roger sued over was called Yourself Fitness, and it was not published by Microsoft. It was published by Respawn Design. The head of Respawn Design, Ted Spooner, said the claims are completely false and that Microsoft did not even participate in the development of the product. Avery says Respawn Design was founded after his meetings with Microsoft and that its founder had a long prior history with Microsoft, which I don't know. It sounds like a couple logic jumps to me. Number 9. A mobster's daughter is suing Rockstar for Grand Theft Auto 5, saying it supposedly copies her life story. Karen Gravano says that character, Antonia Bottino, is basically a ripoff of her life. Where she's the daughter of the mobster who brought down John Gotti, Antonia Bottino is the daughter of Sammy Bottino, who is never seen, but his story is told by Antonia. Sammy, according to her, was the underboss of the Gabetti family and had been the right-hand man of the boss John Gravelli. Bottino took his family in hiding after being set up on murder charges in Vice City. The lawsuit itself doesn't allege that Karen Gravano was ever kidnapped by one of her dad's old enemies or threatened to be buried alive, which the character in the game does. In fact, the player is in charge of thwarting the whole scheme, and you have to go dig her up because she was buried alive. And if the lawsuit doesn't say specifically that that came from her life, it probably didn't happen in her life. Number 8. Electronic Arts actually lost a lawsuit because they used code and features developed by the designer of the very first John Madden on Madden games published into the mid-90s, and did not credit him or pay him anything for it. The ruling was that EA actually had to pay Robin Antoniuk bare minimum of $11 million, and could in theory go a lot higher than that, including royalties that they did not pay him. Now, Robin Antoniuk being a programmer, the original John Madden that he worked on came out in 1998, and his name was on the cover of the game. Antoniuk had been talking about this for a long time, and Trip Hawkins, the series creator and actually one of the founders of EA, had even stated that Antoniuk had really overstated his own importance to the series development. But guess what? The chickens came home to roost on that one. You don't screw people in that way. Number 7. A 64-year-old woman sued the company NCSoft over an item in the game Lineage. When you try to enchant in-game items, you either obviously upgrade the item, or if you're unsuccessful, the item just disappears. This lady tried to enchant a sword that was
actually worth $28,000 in the resale market. That's right. In this online game, a sword was so rare and so good that if you got on Craigslist and said, I've got a conduct sword and I'm charging $28,000 for it, somebody else would go, I'll buy it. In the lawsuit, the woman claims she accidentally tried to enchant the sword and added that she would never actively try to enchant a $28,000 item. She was actually trying to enchant an item that was worth considerably less, but accidentally enchanted Jin Muing Hang's conduct sword. NCSoft refused to restore the item, so she filed suit. Number 6. The author of a novel called Link by the name of John Baeswinger sued Ubisoft. Basically, he alleges that because his book was about a system that could access the memories of one's ancestors, that Assassin's Creed ripped that off. Now here's the problem. He didn't say that they used his book as the basis of Assassin's Creed. He said they directly copied and knowingly infringed on the whole of his copyrighted work. Now see, that's a bit of a problem. Link is not about Templars versus Assassins, and it is not set in Italy. Now, making the assumption that somebody at Ubisoft did read his book, it's because of the way he worded it that there's absolutely no chance he will even possibly get anything out of it, because frankly, that's ridiculous. The overarching plots of both Assassin's Creed and the book Link are not similar. Number 5. General George S. Patton died in December of 1945. He was also a huge World War II hero, and being a figure of history, one might think that, well, it might make sense to put him in a game about World War II. The game Legends of Ward Patton has him in it, and a firm representing the deceased is attempting to sue them for the depiction of a historical figure. Honestly, this is kind of a dick move. The man died in 1945, and his life is a matter of historical significance, not recent historical significance either. Number 4. Square Enix of America was sued for allegedly deceiving 100,000 customers for unfair business practices, false advertising, and unjust enrichment regarding Final Fantasy XI. And if you think that that's kind of a weird term, here's basically the problem. The lawsuit claims that Square Enix lied or concealed its monthly fees, penalties for late payments, interest, restrictions, and other things that would have fully been disclosed at points of purchase, which essentially amounts to Square Enix being liars, or at least deceptive. Number 4. EA got sued over a tattoo that appeared on the cover of a video game, particularly NFL Street. Now, here's the problem. When people do art on commission, they're typically aware that they don't have any control on what it's used for. Ellen is claiming that you can copyright tattoo work, and I'm somebody who is seriously like, okay, I don't care what you're doing. The artist 99.999% of the time is getting screwed by the company. Number 3. The developers of Kane and Lynch were sued for defaming Chinese people. This is kind of a weird one because the lawyer basically indicated he doesn't care if they win or not. He said, as a Chinese lawyer, I have an obligation to protect the rights of all Chinese. My worry is not whether I can win the case, but whether the court will put it on record. So he thinks that it has so little going on that he's concerned the court will even record it. I mean, I get it. The game is set in Shanghai and it doesn't really depict it very well, and it doesn't really depict the people in it very well either, but I kind of think most games do that. Number 2, an Xbox Live user sued Microsoft for $500 billion. Or basically a shitload of Microsoft points. So this guy found what he considered to be a loophole in the terms of service, a technicality if you will, that the Xbox Live TOS actually says that he can unilaterally amend the TOS unless Microsoft rejects his terms in writing. Now the terms that he decided to inject into it regarded him getting paid $500 billion. And the number 1 lawsuit against the video game maker that I want to talk about today is somebody suing Sony because Killzone multiplayer wasn't 1080p. Yeah, if you buy Killzone, it says that it's 1080p, and the game in single player does run in native 1080p. And in multiplayer, it does something called temporal reprojection, which, stay with me on this one, combines pixels and motion vectors from previous frames to reconstruct a full 1080p image. I mean, this is just a weird one because the technique used does produce a pretty good looking image that, I don't know, seems to be 1080p. I mean, it may not be traditional 1080p and it may not be what people expected, but it's definitely not 720p. It's just kind of a weird way of doing 1080p that is not necessarily native, but the box itself doesn't say native 1080p, it just says 1080p. And it's just really hard for me to go, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Do that lawsuit. That's exactly what you should do. Unless they're going to try to sue to get the disclosure of technique on how you get a certain resolution on every box of every game, because honestly, if that is on the box of a game because it has to be, that's just stupid. Anyway, did any of these strike you as particularly weird? That last one is just like, I don't even know where to begin processing it. It's just dumb. Leave a comment on what you think, and don't forget to click the like button because it helps us a ton. Also, if you're not subscribed, now's a great time for that. On account we upload new videos every single day, and the best way to see them first is a subscription. As always, thank you so much for watching this video, and we will see you next time here on GameRanks. There's a ton of myths flying around about video games. So today, GameRanks is going to take you through 10 video game myths investigated. Number 10, the mystery of Mew. Now, Pokemon is ripe for rumors because there's a ton of secrets in the games. But in Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, Mew, the 151st Pokemon, was only ever officially available through special distribution events. Now, if you had a Game Shark, that wasn't the case. You could have Mew whenever you wanted. But there were some people who just wanted to believe. Those folks came up with quite a few harebrained schemes in order to attain the elusive Mew. The most popular method is by going to Vermilion City, stopping by the SS Anne, and visiting the truck parked next to it. There you would use a Pokemon with either Strength or Cut, but since when you go there the first time you don't have a Pokemon with any of those abilities, you'd have to trade with a friend to get the necessary Pokemon. The fun thing about that, though, is you can waste a lot of time and not get anything out of it, because it doesn't work. Number 9, Mass Effect 3's indoctrination theory. Now, a lot of people wanted an explanation for the ending of Mass Effect 3, and thanks to the human imagination, they came up with a justification for it. Now, in Mass Effect, people can be indoctrinated by the Reapers, who are the antagonists of the game. Essentially, it involves their minds being taken, and eventually their bodies. Many people believed that Commander Shepard had been indoctrinated, and that the whole ending of the game was just in his head. Everyone got all hot and bothered and ran a campaign as well. They put more effort into that than they did, like having clean air. So BioWare made an update that made the ending more clear, and it turns out the indoctrination theory was not the case. To this day, people are still actually pretty sore about this. Number 8, Squall is dead in Final Fantasy VIII. At the end of the first disc, Squall is impaled by a spike while fighting Edea, who's a big, powerful sorceress and, frankly, has some pretty weird goals, stopping time, for instance. When the second disc begins, Squall has no injuries at all. Also, much weirder stuff starts happening. But honestly, we're starting to deal with a lot more magic-oriented things and plots with weird motives and time getting messed with. And the people that believe in this theory believe that all of this is a hallucination. Now, I've beaten this game, and I've seen the end, and it's weird as hell. In fact, the whole game is weird as hell, except for the first disc. And if you want me to be completely honest, I think that it's just a game that's weird as hell. I think they were experimenting with storytelling, wanted to do something that hadn't been done before. I think that this is kind of like Mass Effect 3 in that people weren't really willing to accept that it was just a convoluted, strange, or not completely realized story. Final Fantasy has a lot of stories that can sound very similar on the outside, except for with Final Fantasy VIII. And I think that there's a reason for that. Number 7, blowing cartridges. Way back in the day, when a game didn't work, sometimes you felt the need to blow into them in order to get dust away from it. And the game manuals even said blowing into the cartridge can damage it. That said, did it work or did it not? There's not really a clear answer, as we don't really have to deal with this problem anymore. There's not exactly ongoing research. The way a cartridge worked was a lot of metal connections, and if dust got in between them, in theory it could stop it. And a good way to get rid of dust is blowing it off. And I guess in theory it's also possible that you could damage it, because when you blow air at a cartridge you're also blowing moisture at it. And in theory that could lead to a short in a connection, which could screw everything up. So harmless, harmful? Really, there's a lot of evidence both ways, and it's tough to make a call. I'd encourage you to weigh the options yourself and leave a comment with what you think. Number 6, Deus Ex predicting 9/11. In the year 2000, when the game was released, obviously the World Trade Centers were still there. In the game, however, they are missing from the New York skyline. A lot of people have made theories thinking that it's possible that they just found it likely for a terrorist attack, and in-world they would have been subject to a previous terrorist attack, and still others just say that it's an alternate New York where that doesn't even exist anyway. But the absolute truth is, the developers actually had to crop the skyline to fit the limitations of the game's engine. So really it's kind of an accidental prediction. Still, it's one of those weird ones. Number 5. Bigfoot in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. When San Andreas first came out, it only took a week for a rumor to appear that Bigfoot was in it. Rockstar denied that Bigfoot was in the game, but playfully hinted that something was out in the wilderness, and so gamers began to search, some would say obsessively, to find something. The joke was on them though. Bigfoot actually wasn't out there. They said that he wasn't in the game, and they weren't lying. But a lot of people logged a lot of hours looking. Bigfoot was actually added to Los Santos for Grand Theft Auto 5 as a tribute to the myth. It was definitely a gotcha good moment from Rockstar. Number 4. Herobrine in Minecraft. After Minecraft had been out a little while, a story started circulating about a mysterious figure spawning in the single-player modes that would follow the player around. The figure looked exactly like the default character in Minecraft, except without pupils. It turns out this rumor did not actually come from it happening in Minecraft, but rather a creepypasta, which is basically like homemade Goosebumps, except a lot shorter. Number 3. Naked Lara Croft. In 1996, Tomb Raider was released, and though it was an extremely innovative game, a lot of people tended to focus on, well, on Lara Croft. And part of that focus was because there was a rumor you could enter in a secret code and, well, she'd be nude. Now this was the early days of the internet. People like to use the internet for the opposite of debunking things, and the rumor really spread around fast. And since it wasn't true, there were a lot of disappointed teenage boys. Eventually a modder just got sick of the idea they couldn't have what they wanted and, well, made a mod. Number 2. Why the hell does Nintendo manage to release bug-free games when everyone else can't? Short answer is Nintendo finishes their work before they say it's finished. The long answer is their quality assurance department takes a lot longer and actually spends a lot of time troubleshooting the games before the company is comfortable releasing them. Now in the world of AAA game development, the only people who really matter if they're comfortable about a release are the stockholders and the board of directors. And while that's definitely true to a degree in Nintendo, the shareholders and the board of directors both kind of want the games to be complete. Essentially, it's about a willingness to spend the time fixing everything. Nintendo doesn't consider their responsibility to release a new game every single year. Instead, they consider it their responsibility to release games that don't have issues. And finally, number 1 is Diablo's secret cow level. In Diablo 1, supposedly if you performed a complicated series of actions, you would eventually get a portal that opened up to a level that was essentially cow demons. People made it seem like they had experienced it by photoshopping the red portal that quote-unquote opened up, as well as the level itself by using monsters that weren't actually in the game. When Diablo 2 came out, the rumor had become so popular that they did actually add a cow level. Blizzard, though, to this day still loves that rumor. So if you happen to have any weird myths you'd like to share or want to discuss ours, please leave a comment. Also, don't forget to click like. It helps us immensely. If you aren't subscribed, make sure you subscribe because we upload videos daily, and the easiest way to see them first is a subscription. We thank you an absolute ton for watching this video, and as always, we will see you next time here on GameRinks. When things are beyond the realm of good taste, but sometimes pretty funny, it's hard to really get too outraged by them. That's why today GameRinks is bringing you 10 obscene yet hilarious gaming moments from 2015. Quickly to let you know, spoiler alert! There's spoilers up in there, them hills over yonder. Yeah, this video has spoilers in it, is my point. Number 10. In the Order 1886, sometimes you have to find your way out of places quickly. We have to find a way out of here quickly. See? I will say that at a brothel, the quickest way out is not typically going upstairs.
Upstairs then, if you please.
But hey, don't judge. They're under pressure. It's a better decision than staying on the main floor at least.
Get in here.
He said hastily, and perhaps even with a hint of longing. Just kidding, escaping is not a good time for forbidden love. Oh boy.
What are you up to? You're in the wrong room.
Where's the little frog gone?
I'm pretty sure neither of them are frogs. And all these chimney sweeps are just outraged at them. And then a change of pace.
Oh! Hello?
And then she decides, oh wait, maybe I better cover up. This isn't normal. You know, let's get out of here before we see the dong. Number 9. Geralt of Rivia has spent a long time carefully cultivating this threesome. You can tell, he's excited. I mean, how often do you see Geralt of Rivia with that much of a shit-eating grin on his face?
I hope that you'd appear.
Things sound pretty certain. Strip Geralt down to his sexy diaper and get ready to get down.
Oh, Geralt's getting the chains, eh? Ooh, things have escalated, have they not? And then they just walk away, because they didn't really want a threesome, or anything like that. He was toying with them, so they decided to toy with him. Ah, that's what you get, you ashen-haired old freak. Number 8. Hey, quiet. Will you point your asshole at me? Thanks. What the fuck is going on here? Like, the first time I experienced this, I couldn't even figure out what was going on. What is this? Why is this happening? They're in a fucking helicopter. Number 7. Hey, did you need those testicles or no? Cause I just really feel like destroying some testicles right now. Oof, that is painful to watch. The rest of it really isn't nice either, but it's not a pair of testicles bursting. She does all that, and then he stands up, he's like, alright, I can take just a little bit more, and she just like smacks him. Number 6, bats and cats are not designed to get it on, but...
Fresh air, freedom, and darkness. Perfect.
Well, let's just say Catwoman's a little bit weird when it comes to foreplay, because that's what she wants.
How shall we celebrate?
Cake.
I know a couple of poor, defenseless museums.
Want cake?
But then again, I also know a couple of hotels.
Do they serve cake?
Tonight's not over yet. There's more work to be done.
Do you ever take the night off?
No.
Do you ever take the suit off?
No.
You're not going to thank me.
Why? It's what you do.
But then instead of working, Batman returned home and cried in the mirror for 3 hours. Number 5, in Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. After a successful mission, Big Boss comes back to Mother Base.
Welcome back, boss.
Let's just say not smelling great. I mean, really stinking. These guys are several feet away and they're like, oh boy.
Great to see you safe, boss.
No, it's not. You're disgusted by my smell. I am odorous. What's up, buddy?
Snake.
What?
You stink.
Well, you stink too. Oh wait, you mean literally. Oh, good thing those boobs stopped that bucket of water from being dumped on me. Totally necessary, right? Yeah. I'll bet her butt stinks as bad as I do. Nah, probably not. Judging by the looks of things, everybody's pretty disgusted by my odor. He's just like, go away. Please leave me alone. You smell so bad. And then like Quiet's is like, alright, well let's shower together. And then everybody in the room is really awkwardly saying things, and this is so uncomfortable. Like if this were a PS Vita game, I would never play it on like a bus. Be afraid some weirdo would go, hey, what porn are you watching? I haven't seen that one before. I'm not watching porn on the bus. Ignore that guy who just said she's a naughty girl. Just ignore it. I'm not watching porn on the bus. I'm not watching porn on the bus. Number 4 is more Cassie Cage for Mortal Kombat. I just thought we all needed to see some more testicles explode and, you know, this whole shtick again. Well, let's make it interesting, alright? Cassie's out on her dinner date with Sub-Zero, and while they've already posted several photos of their food, she's gonna need to post a selfie for this to be 2015, right? Now, she doesn't have her selfie stick on her, but I think she can handle it. Beautiful. Nothing says the modern age like a selfie, right? Oh, I love friendships. That's my favorite social network. And that ad for Ninja Mime, I am all about it. I can totally see myself watching that show, or whatever it is. It might be a game or something, I don't know. These comments make me feel good though, right? 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 My life is not empty. Number 3, Until Dawn is basically a horror story, and you know what that means. So people are gonna try to have sex and the monster's gonna interrupt it. See, right now what you're seeing is what the monster's seeing, and the monster's like, look at those glowing people, they're gonna have sex. I don't want them to have sex. I'm a monster, you think I get laid? So I knock stuff over and make people nervous. I don't know what that is, so what I'm gonna do is what I would make any loved one do whenever I hear a noise that sounds dangerous or that makes my life feel threatened, is make you go get closer to it, closer to the dangerous thing that could kill us. Or me, specifically. If you die, at least I know to run. So if you die, at least, like, try to make some kind of noise so I know that you're dying. Like, if you get, like, cut in half, or chewed on, or, like, shot, or anything, just, like, make, like, a ah sound. Oh, it's just my phone. Okay, it's just my phone.
What?
Who cares?
How is it my phone?
I don't know, it just came through the window.
Although the apparent prank really pissed her off because she wanted to get it on.
Hey!
What?
Yeah, prick!
No, I'm a monster.
That means you! I know! You're out there! The fuck are you trying to do?
Oh, just try to eat you?
That bad?
No.
Well, guess what?
What?
You can't
I'm pretty sure I can. Just give me a few seconds.
That's right. We are going to have sex.
Congrats.
It's gonna be hot.
Congrats.
So enjoy it.
I'm gonna enjoy the meal I make out of you. That will be hot. Like a hot meal.
Give me a break.
Like soup or something nice. You know? Told you. Number 2, that baby does not have a diaper, so every time it makes a big old poo. Oh, right, it's just gross anyway. It doesn't. I don't even have to wait until then for it to become gross. This scene is so strange because you basically take care of a baby and fight wraiths at the same time. Nap time for that baby, and you gotta keep him calm and quiet. Make sure it goes to sleepies. I know the best way to do that. It's to drag it through a battlefield of screaming wraiths. I don't know, I guess it's really just kind of how bizarre this scene is that makes it funny. It's like, let's just put it into context real quick. Shh. The baby's sleeping because it's dead, but it's undead, so it's not actually sleeping. We just need to keep it calm, otherwise it'll immediately grow up and kill us. Because everyone knows that babies that aren't calm become full-sized adult monsters and destroy everything in their path. You know, try to keep it down while you're killing those screaming wraiths. And it's just like, there isn't anything like this. I'm not sure if that is a positive, but it is totally unique. So on that front, congratulations, Witcher. Number 1, the new Need for Speed is out, and it is filled with moments that most people would consider obscene, but maybe not for the same reason as the others. Here they are.
Bruh. Baby! My God, my man. Smooth, man. Bambi. You know what I'm saying? Bae. What's up, bae? Man, off the hook. Brother. Yo, brother. Nice. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I don't even need to add commentary to those. It's such a desperately weird attempt to sound current, and yet most of the lingo is at very least 6 to 10 years behind the times. But hey, it's cool, and I just consider major insults to my intelligence to be obscene. Anyway, did you enjoy this video? Did you happen to think any of this stuff was weird too? Make sure to leave us a comment, tell us what you think, and also don't forget to click the like button. It helps us a lot. Also, a great thing to do if you haven't subscribed yet is to subscribe, because we upload new videos every single day of the week, and the best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription. As always, we thank you very much for watching this video, and we will see you next time right here on GameRanks.
GameRanks presents 10 of the biggest holy shit gaming moments from 2016. There were a lot of games from 2016 with some awesome moments and some big surprises, and we're going to talk about them, but you have to be warned, this video is going to be completely full of spoilers. So if you hear the name of a game that popped up that you haven't played yet, maybe skip it. But anyway, let's get started off with number 10, talking about Battlefield 1. Battlefield 1 is a really good, solid Battlefield multiplayer game, but what really surprised people is the single-player campaign, most notably the first level. While the game is full of surprises, that first level is completely sobering and shocking in the way it depicts war and someone's place in it. I'm really just giving you the sense that you are just a pawn, you are just another expendable person who can make a difference in the war, but ultimately, you're pretty much doomed. The way you jump into the eyes of a soldier and you fight to your inevitable death, and then the name of that deceased soldier then pops up on the screen, really cuts you deep and is incredibly effective. This was definitely a moment that made you stop and go, wow, holy shit. Not in like a holy shit type of way, but a wow, shit, man, war sucks type of way. And at number 9, I think one of the biggest holy shit gaming moments this year is actually Pokemon Go. Now, listen, I know you probably don't want to talk about mobile games, but we have to acknowledge the absolute insane phenomenon that Pokemon Go was for a very brief time. City streets and parks crowded with people all on their phones playing this damn Pokemon game. The fact that businesses were opening up Poke Centers and allowing people to come play Pokemon games there, and the fact that police were getting mad at people playing the game in the streets, this thing was absolutely huge and had a crazy impact, and that is worth saying holy shit over. I know the first time I saw a large group of people playing it, not even in a densely populated area, I was pretty shocked. It got everybody out of their houses, whether you're in a city or a town, and that's weird and crazy and pretty cool. And at number 8, we have Gears of War 4 and the realization that one of the main characters, Kate Diaz, is actually related to the Locust Queen. While in this newest part of the Gears universe, the Locust Queen has came and went, it's really the actual reveal and the setup of this actual relation that really makes it important. First of all, you're searching for Kate Diaz's mother, who is being held, and it turns out it's because there's some Locust relation here. I think it worked out good for Kate Diaz because I wasn't really sure what they were doing for her character, but once this is revealed, it all kind of makes sense and what her place really is is in the story. But ultimately, Kate has to kill her mother, but her mother gives her a family heirloom medallion that was her grandmother's, and she looks at the coin and the rest of the group sees it and it's this nice, pretty coin. But then when everybody leaves, she turns it over and you realize that the real side of the coin is the locust symbol. And when she turned that coin over, that makes you go, whoa, holy shit. It was a really, really effective twist and moment, and it did a really good job of leaving our mouths wide open. And at number 7, we have something from Final Fantasy 15, a game that ultimately most of us here at GameRanks really love, but we have to talk about something that made us say holy shit and not for a good reason, and that is Chapter 13. God, you probably heard about this one by now. Chapter 13 has a reputation for a reason. It's awful. And honestly, we were saying holy shit because we were saying, what the fuck happened here? How could you take a game that was going so great and moving along at a great pace and then ultimately grind it to a terrible, awful halt? This is without a doubt the worst part of the game. I know I sound like I'm complaining, but you can tell that something went wrong here in development. This is where they cut the corners, or this is where they half-assed something. The game strips away most of your abilities and reduces you to slowly walking down hallways and awkwardly hiding or fighting from monsters, and it doesn't quite work because the hiding mechanics don't work well, and also you barely have any of your normal weapons and can't fight traditionally. But not only that, the endless hallways just keep going, and the section just drags out for far too long. Because it's a shame to see such an awesome game go downhill so quickly. That revelation made us say holy shit, honestly. And at number 6 on our list, we have some reveals from Telltale's take on Batman Season 1. Now, Batman has a lot of moments that might make you go holy shit because they just take the characters and really flip them on their heads in different ways. They really interpret these characters and set them up in completely different scenarios and situations and even portrayals, and in turn that really does a good job of exploring and encapsulating what these characters really mean to Batman. But I think the biggest moment is what they did to Batman and Bruce Wayne himself. They took one of the core staples, one of the things that always has remained pure in a Batman comic or story, and that is the Waynes. His parents, Thomas and Martha Wayne, who have always been pure in every portrayal, suddenly turned out to be corrupt city criminals, with ties to the Falcones and Mafia and other nasty dealings. And they reveal that right off at the end of Chapter 1, and that's amazing. And if you play that first chapter, if that didn't get you hooked on the rest of the game, I don't know what else will, because that was definitely a moment worthy of the phrase holy shit. Because it's unlike anything you've really experienced in a Batman thing before, and we gotta give them props for that. And at number 5, we have a moment from Inside, and it's basically the final sequence. Now, a lot of people feel very differently about the ending of the game, but I think whether you liked it or whether you hated it, it still made you go holy shit regardless, because it is such an insane heel turn from what the rest of the game has been. You wander around through this creepy world as a sad little boy, narrowly escaping danger in a dull and mysterious and weird dark world, and then suddenly you're in a laboratory, you're in a tank, you get absorbed by this massive, gross, grotesque human things, and then you become this disgusting, awful, terrible blob, wreaking havoc, running through a laboratory, smashing through buildings. There's no music, there's just the screams of your victims and escaping scientists. And like I said, whether you like it or not, it's just so shocking and honestly fucked up that it undoubtedly made you go holy shit. I expected the game to have a twist by the end, but I did not expect it to be some sort of weird, grotesque Cronenberg-esque thing that left me ultimately really grossed out and weirded out. But whether or not you thought that whole sequence is effective, I'll leave it up to you, but I just think that was crazy. And at number 4 on our list, we had to include one because, let's be honest, a lot of bosses in Dark Souls 3 make you go holy shit as soon as you square up against them, and we decided to put the Nameless King on this list. Mostly, I guess, because he's important to the story, and you hear about him a lot, and then the ultimate reveal of him, and then the fight with him is very holy shit worthy because he's crazy badass looking, there's multiple tiers to this fight, and it's really, really intense. Is it the hardest Dark Souls boss fight ever? I don't know, that's up to you, but it was probably one of the bigger holy shit moments in the game, at least for the team here. And it is definitely worth experiencing. If for some reason you put Dark Souls aside because you couldn't progress any longer, get back in there and try again because the Nameless King boss battle is pretty awesome. And at number 3, let's talk about Titanfall 2. We think this is a great game. Some people disagree with us, but hey, we stick to our guns. And one of the biggest surprises with Titanfall 2 was the surprisingly pretty damn good campaign. The campaign has a lot of moments that make you go holy shit, most notably when you get thrown through the air in an airship battle by your robot and landing on top of an airship and fighting your way across. But we sat around and debated it for a while, and the biggest holy shit moment for us in Titanfall 2 was the time travel mechanic. Where the hell did that come from? It comes out of nowhere, and it's actually really fun. It's a really good mechanic, and and it makes for some really interesting gameplay scenarios that we did not expect at all and left us going, holy shit. Especially when you first get the time travel device, there's this whole big sequence and this crazy thing happens, and then it just says press L1 to time travel, and you're like, okay. And then all of a sudden you're introduced to this pretty cool gameplay mechanic that's a lot of fun that you didn't expect at all. Not only that, but the brilliance of it, the game doesn't let it outstay its welcome. Once you really get through the whole time travel mechanic thing, the game ditches the device in favor of moving on to something else. It was a lot of fun to mess around with though, and it was crazy awesome. And it was a huge surprise for us because we knew Titanfall 2 was going to be good, but we did not expect it to have one of the better time travel mechanics in a game in a while. And at number 2, I think we're going to pick from our choice of Game of the Year, and that's Doom. And really, the intro of the game is one of the most incredible things, and definitely should make you go holy shit. If it didn't make you go holy shit, I don't think you have any excitement or testosterone or any blood flowing through your body, because the whole intro where you wake up, there's demons, you start punching them in the face, and then you work your way through, you pick up a gun, then eventually you get a shotgun, and then the music plays, and it's awesome, well-constructed metal, and it's badass, and you cock the shotgun, and it goes in time with the music, and it's incredible, and it's just such a good moment. The first probably 10 minutes of Doom are one of our biggest holy shit moments, not even just this year, but for the foreseeable future. It's really badass and metal, for lack of a better word. And at number 1, we're going to pick something from Uncharted 4, a game that definitely had a lot of holy shit moments in terms of story reveals and action set pieces, but the biggest holy shit moment was the Crash Bandicoot sequence. This quiet scene when you're hanging out with Elena in your living room, and then all of a sudden they turn on the TV and fire up the original PlayStation and have a friendly competitive game of Crash Bandicoot is like, what the fuck? And then the game actually lets you play it, and it's just insane because it's like you're playing one of Naughty Dog's first, and you're playing one of Naughty Dog's newest. And so while you're having fun and you're actually seeing kind of like the history books of Naughty Dog, where they were and where they are now, but you also just get a glance of video games, where they were then and where they are now, and that is an incredible holy shit moment. While Uncharted 4 definitely isn't perfect, that made me light up like the 4th of July. I could not stop smiling during that sequence, and I definitely said holy shit out loud more than once. But guys, those are our biggest holy shit moments in games from 2016. Now we gotta hear yours down in the comments, because there were a ton more games that released this year, and there was a bunch with plenty of surprises and reveals and holy shit worthy moments that we gotta talk about. So if you got a top 5 or a top 10, let's hear about it down in the comments below. I'll be there talking with you guys. I'll also be on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Jake Baldino. But as always, thank you guys so much for watching and hanging out and clicking the like button, because it helps us out. And also you can click that circle and subscribe if you haven't already. But as always, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.
Not every single game is always going to be the best thing that you've ever played, obviously. But some games don't just miss the mark, they're bad. I'm Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, here's 10 games that sucked in 2016. Number 10, Street Fighter V. Now if you recall, I did a Before You Buy on Street Fighter V. I was disappointed with the amount of content, but the actual core mechanics itself I thought were very good. However, let's just go ahead and say this. If you make the best mechanics possible, and make a game so that it has to be always online, and then your servers, you don't really worry about how well they work, it seems like. And it's basically an inconsistent garbage experience for nearly a year now. If that lack of content is not really augmented for free, instead, it's part of the business model. And let's not forget the lack of modes. Like, it's a shame because, like I said, the mechanics of this game are really good. Number 9, Ghostbusters. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and say this right away. I actually like the new movie. So, please divorce this criticism from me disliking the movie, because I don't dislike the movie. However, this game is terrible. Like, what fan base is it appealing to? Because none of these characters were ever in Ghostbusters, other than Slimer, but who cares? He's in everything Ghostbusters. There's pretty much no story other than bust the ghosts. And it's, I know they should have just used the mechanics that they had come up with from the previous, like, good Ghostbusters game, the one from the consoles in 2009. That was a great game. Like, that pretty much nailed what I want Ghostbusters to be in a video game, and they're just like, the next big console release we do, we're basically gonna make a kids game. And kids don't care. This isn't gonna be a game that kids love. It's too short, it's not interesting, and there's no reason to get invested. It sucks. Number 8, Bombshell, which is basically 3D 3D Realms' first new game in over a decade, and I understand not having really done work with the times, maybe being out of practice, or whatever you really want to call it, but it's not an astounding game. It's kind of a really big ripoff of Diablo that feels kind of like it was meant to be Duke Nukem Diablo at some point, but got rebranded. Like, it's got decent graphics, runs well, like, I gotta give them that, it runs well, and the soundtrack's enjoyable too. But it's essentially a useless game. There's not very much soul in it. It doesn't really feel like there's a lot to be invested in. It's just kind of like, here's some goals, please meet them. And that just sucks. I'm sick of that. I'm tired of that type of a thing. I want to be invested in some way. Maybe that would have been fine in 1992, but it's not 1992. Number 7, Gemini Heroes Reborn isn't exactly the buggiest piece of crap mess that I've ever seen in my life, but it does seem pointless. And pointless is bad too. Like, pretty much all the work, I think, went into the graphics to this game, because they're great. I like the graphics a lot. Everything else, who cares? It's literally like, it might as well be a graphics demo. It's not a good game. It's not interesting. He gives you superpowers that are, almost interesting, but then, you use them 2 or 3 times and they stop being interesting. But like, I liked it better when it was BioShock and Mirror's Edge. Like, either of those games you get much more out of, and you don't get a bland game that takes like 4 or 5 hours to beat. I can't even remember. Like, there's no point in even thinking back to this for me. It's the most forgettable, crappy garbage game there is this year. I mean, there's worse ones. Remember The Order? Kind of the same problem. Number 6, Umbrella Corps. So this game is really just not good. It's really bad. And it's one of those games that I did have hope for, because it's something that sounds like, hey, that's kind of a fresh idea to do with the Resident Evil franchise, because although a million Gears of War type shooters have been made, we could have had something decent here. Like, we've certainly played enough of those type of games where the enemies are alien. I don't mind trying zombies if, they actually tried to make a decent game. They didn't. Like, it really seems like they did not even try. It's buggy as hell, just doesn't run right, doesn't do what it's supposed to do, barely has a story, if, you really consider that a story, and it does not control as though it has been extensively play tested, like every single game should be. Like, it really just came off as a cash-in when all's said and done. Hey, so I guess people like shooters, so we'll do one and say it's Resident Evil. We'll just basically skin like the most garbage, thrown together, slapdash, crappy Gears of War ripoff game and call it Umbrella Corp. Yay! Number 5, Homefront the Revolution. Oh, Homefront the Revolution. How I had hopes for you, because I love the world of Homefront. For whatever reason, it ticks a bunch of boxes for me, like, in a weird way. It's not something that I wish I could actually live in, but for some reason, it's a cool fictional world for me. Alas, the gameplay of the original was not very good, so when the sequel was handed over to a new developer, I was like, yes, somebody will understand what they're doing here, because there was a lot of talk about how the developers really loved the property itself, but understood that the first was just not good enough. And apparently, they didn't understand what to do with it either. And again, this is like No Man's Sky. It's not the worst game I've ever played in my life. I'm not gonna flat out say that it's total garbage like Star Fox Zero or Mighty Number 9. I guess I put those games on the same level. But Homefront the Revolution is, again, one of those kind of, I gave you a chance and you fucked it up type of sucks. Because it does suck in that way. Like, I'm not really that jazzed about somebody else taking a swing at it. I mean, seriously, is it really that hard to make a World War III post-situation-y type game? Is it that hard? Because it doesn't seem like it would be that hard to me. Like, make a good game and write a decent story and just work on some sort of, like, characters. Like, these are not hard things. Like, first-person shooter mechanics are pretty refined at this point. You don't need to try to add things. You just need to worry about the world and the characters. And they didn't. It came off half-assed. Again, a second time. With a different developer. Like, it's so frustrating. Number 4, Star Fox Zero, and I make no apologies for this. Like, everything about Star Fox is, like,
pretty much my favorite game. Like, Star Fox 64 is pretty much my favorite game. And the GameCube Star Fox games are even forgivable. Like, I don't think they're terrible. I don't particularly like the segments that aren't flying. But even Star Fox 64 has a Landmaster tank, and it was great. Like, there's something about the way that Star Fox handled on-rails levels that just worked. It was so fun. And Star Fox Zero just, it literally just took a big dump on that. In trying to shoehorn in the stupid controller, I think they spent all their time trying to make a game that worked around that mechanic, as opposed to making a good Star Fox game, and obviously we didn't get a good Star Fox game. We got this really bizarrely difficult to learn how to use flying game that really never feels natural. No matter what you do, there's no way for it to actually feel natural. It's dumb. Like, it's just dumb. It makes me sad to say, but I don't like it. Star Fox 64 is seriously one of my top 5 games of all time. And Star Fox Zero is literally just what it says it is. It's like if you took Star Fox 64 and subtracted 64 from it, you're left with Star Fox Zero. It's garbage. Number 3 is Mighty Number 9, which, holy shit, it's so bad. Like, I did a before you buy on this game, and I was pretty disappointed about it. There were things that I thought were good about it, but, I don't know, over the course of less than a year, the game itself hasn't aged well. Like, when it's not even a year after the game comes out, and you're like, you know, looking back, this game sucked. Even if you kind of liked it a little bit when it first came out, and I did, I kind of liked it a little bit. There's things about it that I still, in theory, like, but I just can't bring myself to give it another chance. It just got everything so wrong in different ways. Some of the level design was too simplistic. It ran like shit. Like, even on the PS4, where they were dealing with no deviance in hardware, it should have had some level of optimization. And if you want to talk about a game that's been soured, that game's been soured. I don't want to play another Mighty Number 9 title. Number 2, No Man's Sky. Okay, let's just get this right out of the way. This is not the worst game on the planet. In some respects, it's actually kind of good, and the update that it's gotten is really, I think, improved upon it. That being said, the expectations were not fulfilled with this game. When this game came out, this seemed like nothing but a cash grab. And as far as I'm concerned, that's what matters. Because if they make it into a great game, cool, I'll play it. But you know how when you dig yourself into a hole, it's kind of hard to get out? That's what No Man's Sky is. And the whole situation sucks. It's not the worst game ever, but on some level, it sucks. It's kind of tainted. And finally, number 1 is Alekhine's Gun, which, okay, it's a stealth game set in the Cold War. In a lot of respects, it kind of seems like it could be a little bit like Hitman, but it's not. Like, at the core, it's basically Hitman, but, like, if you could imagine them really screwing Hitman up, like, and if you might go ahead and say any of the recent Hitman games are quote-unquote screwing up Hitman, but no, nothing on the level of this. This is so buggy, it's so easy, well, at least it would be if it didn't crash all the time. But forget that stuff, it's also really, really bland. Like, there's almost nothing to the level design, and you know what really doesn't help? I know that it doesn't affect the gameplay in any way, but it just signifies the entire production for me. The voice acting. Oh, it's bad. Ugh. Couple of bonus games for you. First, any digital homicide game. Literally any of them. They tried to sue people for not liking their games. Fuck off. And then Bus Simulator 16, which is not the worst thing in the world, but it's, well, if you put it in a contention for good games, it's not going to get anywhere. It's bad. And Slain, which tries to combine heavy metal and Castlevania and, well, fails. What do you think? I want to talk to you about it in the comments. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to click like. It helps us a whole lot. And if you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so because we put up brand new videos every single day of the week. As always, we thank you very much for watching this one. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter at Falcon the Hero, and we'll see you next time right here on Game Ranks.
Hey folks, it's me, Jake Baldino, and yeah, it's that time of year. The time of year where we go back, think of our favorite games, and award them arbitrary awards that mean nothing. But it's been a really great year for video games. I know every year people in gaming come out and they say it's been a great year for games, and like, but this year actually has. And before we get started, just a disclaimer, all of us in the Game Ranks office put together these lists and deliberated, and these are our opinions. Yes! People on the internet have opinions, and yours are absolutely going to be different. The probability is actually stacked that you will disagree, and that's completely fine, and we're looking forward to hearing from you. But if you act like a jerk about it, you're a baby. You're officially a giant baby. But we're all going to agree to disagree because there were so many good games this year and there were games for absolutely everybody. And that's what this is all about. We're just going to kick it off with a bang. No pun intended. Let's talk about the best action-adventure games of 2016. The nominees are
Uncharted 4.
Done with this life.
How long have we been chasing this thing?
Long time.
Real long time. Just you and me.
Gears of War 4.
Huh. That's new. Not that new.
Dishonored 2. Watch Dogs 2.
This broken-ass system marked me as a criminal risk. Linked me to some shit I didn't even do because it was probable.
Once in the system,
Always in the system.
Hitman.
This was probably one of the hardest categories to decide for, but the winner is going to be Uncharted 4. Uncharted 4 just did a really great job closing out Nathan Drake's story, and while it was a very contained, very personal story, all the action and all the crazy stuff going on still managed to be really insane and exciting, and it kept us entertained from beginning to end. Considering it was probably one of the longer Uncharted games, it consistently entertained throughout. It was fun to play. The new mechanics they added, while not completely game-changing, really just made the game feel even more accessible and fun and challenging at the same time. We're all honestly obsessed with it here, so congrats to the team at Naughty Dog. This one's for you guys. You did a great job. Now with our next category, a lot of people don't like considering mobile games to be actual games, but the reality is that we like to talk about mobile games sometimes because people do play them. It's the way to keep busy on the train, it's the way to keep busy waiting at a bus stop, or anywhere in between. The fact that these games always go with you means I think we need to acknowledge them. So, the nominees for the best mobile game are
Super Mario Run. Pokemon Go. Super ArcLight. Super Cat Bros. Clash Royale.
Andrew, guess what the winner is?
Clash Royale.
No, wrong. It's Pokemon Go. Yeah, it's Pokemon Go. Congratulations. Now, while the game kind of, I guess, flopped and really interest bailed on it, when it came out, it took the world by absolute freaking storm. People were swarming the streets, filling parks, talking to each other, engaging in this game that got you outside and got you catching Pokemon, whether you were a casual or hardcore fan. And I think that needs to be acknowledged. Our next category is one that we love to include. We're going to include it every year because the way GameRanks is, we don't have enough time to really cover the smaller games, so we love this award. More than anything, honestly, the best indie games. There was a solid lineup of indie games this year, from very small studios and just PC-based games to bigger ones supported by Xbox One and Sony. So with that being said, the nominees for the best indie game of 2016 are
Stardew Valley. Inside. Abzu. Oxenfree.
Radio is because you can sometimes pick up frequencies.
Firewatch.
This is a tough one, and I know it's going to be contentious to a lot of people, but we chose Firewatch. While many people consider it just a walking simulator, it does go above and beyond that, especially not only with mechanics, but with the way the game looks, the way it sounds, the way you care about the characters, and whether you were divided or not by the ending. We personally had a great time with it. The voice acting, the acting, and the performance really just nailed it all. Not only that, the music is absolutely killer, and we're going to be thinking about Firewatch for probably a few more years to come. Personally, I probably would have picked Inside, but my vote got canceled out by everyone else this year. With our next category, we were introduced to a ton of new characters this year. Some were really shitty and awful, but we had some really good ones, so we want to highlight the best new character from a game. The nominees are going to be
Sam from Uncharted 4.
I wanted to see me rot in that cell for the rest of my life, and I nearly did. Jesus, Sam, man, if I had known, I swear to you, I would have come back.
Lincoln Clay from Mafia 3.
Family and who you're born with is who you die for.
Professor Kukui from Pokemon Sun and Moon. Wrench from Watch Dogs 2.
Whole lot of people. Yeah, getting screwed.
You don't even feel it. It's just numb.
Winston from Overwatch.
And the winner is going to be, let me open up my imaginary envelope, Winston from Overwatch. Now, Winston may not be your favorite character, and it might not be some of ours, but what we really wanted to do was just highlight all of the Overwatch characters. I think that's probably one of the best things about Overwatch is the fact that so many people got attached and fell in love with all of these characters. There's a reason there's a huge community and culture built up so quickly around these characters. Yes, there's also a lot of porn, and yes, it's actually pretty good. You fucking dirty boy. But we just thought that most of the Overwatch characters were very, very special, and we couldn't decide which one to really pick, so we went with Winston, but really we give it to all of the Overwatch characters. And I think we're all in agreement here that we didn't want to give it to Nathan Drake's shitty brother, who doesn't deserve any awards because he's a scoundrel. And that leads me to another point. I want to reiterate how hard it was to make these lists of nominees. Like, we were just sitting around coming up with them, and the debate was pretty intense because there's so much stuff this year. Like, seriously, if I gave you a list of every game that we thought was decent this year, it would blow your mind. You know, it's the year that we've gotten announcements that we never would have expected. We've gotten remasters we never would have saw coming. We also got games that we never thought were actually going to see the light of day, like The Last Guardian and Final Fantasy 15, and they're actually in our freaking hands. And really, probably the word of the year was definitely hype, and just the sense of not just being hyped for things, because there is a lot of hype this year, but also how we should manage our expectations and stuff for games, and how we should follow games up until their release. So that leads us to our next award, the biggest disappointment of 2016. You'll probably see this coming, but the nominees are going to be
No Man's Sky, Mighty Number 9,
But that's just what we call it. You'll be calling it, why are you doing this to me?
The Division, Street Fighter V, Star Fox Zero.
And the winner, I guess you would call it, for the biggest disappointment of 2016 is going to be, say it with me now, No Man's Sky. Yeah, I know you guys probably think we've been really hard on No Man's Sky this year, but for good reason, and a lot of other people have. Now, I do want to give credit to them, is that they have now finally updated the game, and they're attempting to make it better, but ultimately, for a lot of people, No Man's Sky didn't turn out to be the game that anyone thought it would be. Now, this goes back to what I was saying with managing your hype and managing your expectations, but this game has so much freaking potential, and that's really the biggest shame here, and that's why we chose it for the biggest disappointment. Next up, we're going to talk about our favorite RPG. Now, RPGs are a very difficult category because it's so wide. There's no clear definition of what exactly an RPG is. There's the classic top-down PC games. There's stuff like Fallout and Skyrim. There's JRPGs. So we spent a lot of time thinking about this one, and we got into pretty loud arguments, so I hope you like our pick. The nominees for the best RPG of 2016 are
Final Fantasy 15, Pokemon Sun and Moon, Dark Souls 3, Blood and Wine, Tyranny.
This was a tough one. Honestly, with all 5 of those nominees, it came really close. But our winner is Dark Souls 3. Honestly, a series that, despite having now a pretty big fandom, still does not get enough love. And we had to give it to it because Dark Souls 3 is near perfect. It's probably one of the better games in the Soulsborne series. And while it's definitely not perfect, it is the ideal RPG. It's incredibly challenging. The world building is amazing. Despite having a story that some people will argue takes a back seat to the gameplay, but that's not really a problem. Because the gameplay is just so good, and that rush of release you get from beating a difficult boss after so long is just like no other game. Speaking of nice surprises, our next category is going to be biggest surprise. These are games that either exceeded expectations or came out of nowhere and totally left a smile on our face, as stupid as it sounds. The nominees for the biggest surprise of 2016 are
Stardew Valley, The Last Guardian, Pokemon Go, Final Fantasy 15, Watch Dogs 2.
And the winner is...
Should have been Watch Dogs 2.
Stardew Valley.
You made the right choice, Jake.
I think we made the right choice here. Stardew Valley is a very small, very independently developed game, but it turned out to be awesome. It's got bits of everything. It's got some RPG goodness. It's got your dungeon crawling. It's got your Harvest Moon. It's got your farming. It's got your making friends in town. It's got your economy.
It's got waifus.
It's got waifu. It's just good. It's addictive, and if you've ever wanted something that's like an evolution of Harvest Moon, Stardew Valley is definitely the game. It's been on PC, it's just being released on consoles, and it is totally worth playing if it's your type of thing. And even if it's not, give it a try, because it's really cool, and we've all been hooked on it like crazy for a year now. The next one on our list, it might make some people angry, but that is the best open world game. This is an interesting topic this year because it always seems like developers really push open world game design, but this is the first year where we didn't have tons and tons of bang up awesome open world games. So with that being said, we do have plenty of nominees, and they are going to be
Dying Light, the following: Mafia 3, Far Cry Primal, Watch Dogs 2, Final Fantasy 15.
Our pick is Watch Dogs 2, honestly, because it does improve on the first one so well and just is a much more fun and enjoyable game, and a game you do want to spend time in that world, that we had to give it a nod, and this was the best category. It made sense to really talk about this game. You know, some of Watch Dogs 2's aesthetics and stuff might be considered cringeworthy to some. It might not be perfect for everyone, but actually playing in this world and the new added hacking and the options you have to tackle every scenario just makes it a good game, and it kept us busy for a while. Plus, I think it's definitely worth highlighting in terms of open world games. This game, more than any other release this year, has some of the best NPC interactions around. We're really hoping, though, if eventually there is a Watch Dogs 3, it's going to be even better. It could be crazy. But we're getting down to the wire of our final categories. So with that, I just want to take a break for a second, and I want to acknowledge some very special people in the audience who make Game Ranks what it is every day. Why are you guys looking at me like that?
You're looking at us.
You don't know what's happening, do you?
I know exactly what's happening.
You know what's happening. You know what's up. Come here, guys. Come here. Come here. This is Andrew, the new guy, and this is Tom, the camera guy. You're both wearing beanies. They are behind the scenes with us all the time, just making Game Ranks videos and coming up with this stuff, as well as Falcon, you know, the disembodied voice up from the heavens. But, whatever. With that, hang on. Hang on.
I understand why you have to rope us into your shenanigans.
You started this war, and I'm gonna end it.
Hey!
There you go. Finally, now you guys can shut the fuck up. Never mind the sandwich bullshit. We're here to talk about video games. Let's get down to the big categories. Next topic up is best graphics. Now, I want you guys to know that this category we just considered raw graphical power. Not really visual and art style, but just the games that really pushed out the most. And this is an interesting topic because this year, more than many other, graphics have been the topic of discussion. GTX 1080, GTX 1070 have been released to critical acclaim. Not only that, but we're also getting PS4 Pro and Xbox One S pushing 4K. Everybody's talking about graphical power, so we had to make a category for it. So the nominees are going to be
Uncharted 4,
I need you on this one.
Doom, Battlefield 1, Gears of War 4,
About right.
Forza Horizon 3.
The winner for best graphics is Doom, and it makes complete sense because Doom, since we were all kids, has really been pushing the boundaries for graphics technologies in game. The original Doom was mind-blowing with its first-person technology. Doom 3 really knocked it out of the park with atmospheric lighting and scary lights and darks and effects that we haven't seen in games before. And the new 2016 Doom is blazing fast with tons of atmospheric effects. This game looks absolutely incredible, but also moves at breakneck speed, and it's incredibly impressive, and we gotta give it to PC. On PC, this game is like no other game this year. The next one is going to be Best Overall FPS, which is a very hard category because there are so many different first-person games this year. First-person shooters especially, that are all highly competitive and awesome, and they all brought their A game this year with campaigns. So this was a hard decision to make. But let's get into it with the nominees.
Modern Warfare Remastered, Overwatch, Titanfall 2, Battlefield 1, Doom.
The winner for our favorite first-person shooter game of 2016, and a lot of people are going to hate us for this, Titanfall 2. Titanfall 2 is awesome, okay? Like, we all love it. We've been playing it nonstop. It takes what was great about the first one and expands upon it. Despite having some betas that weren't really too hot, the final game really definitely surprised us all. Not really surprised. We knew it was going to be good. Not only an expanded multiplayer with a little bit more customization and better maps, but the game also, like I said, has brought its A game with a single-player campaign that, while it's not really long, it is fine-tuned, entertaining, and the mechanics change from moment to moment, and it's amazing. I do want to give credit where credit is due. We put Modern Warfare Remastered on this list, and it's great, but Infinite Warfare also had a decent campaign, and Battlefield 1 is amazing. But weighing both single-player and multiplayer, Titanfall 2 really stuck in our hearts. So, it looks like we're down to the final category here, our Game of the Year. Now, I just want to say before we get started with this, as someone who has been at GameRanks from the start of the channel, I never thought that this would happen, so we seriously can't be here without you guys watching and chiming in and giving us feedback. We're learning from you guys, and we're having a lot of fun doing it. So, I guess with that, we should get into our Game of the Year nominees.
Final Fantasy 15, Overwatch, Titanfall 2, Dark Souls 3, Doom, Stardew Valley, Uncharted 4,
Or we can just end it right here.
Firewatch,
This job for 13 years, and nothing like this.
Hitman, Gears of War 4.
The GameRanks YouTube team's choice for Game of the Year 2016 is going to be Doom. Yeah, you're goddamn right, because Doom is awesome and kick-ass and amazing. What Doom did was really just kind of come out of a hole. We had no expectations for it. We didn't know what we were going to get with this new Doom, and it knocked it out of the park. It's a fast-paced, blazingly fun, modern shooter that still manages to really echo back and hearken to classic shooters and really not really give up its soul, you know what I mean? It also just has such a badass attitude, a give no fuck about any type of modern game design at all, and we have to commend them for that. It's not a perfect game. No game is. We stand by that. Every game has its faults. Doom's is definitely its multiplayer, but the single-player campaign is incredibly challenging and also surprisingly replayable. This game has provided us all hours and hours and hours of memorable fun that we're not going to forget, so that's why we really got to highlight it. Now, I know for a fact, 9 out of 10, there is a huge chance that your pick for Game of the Year is completely different, so we do want to hear from you guys down in the comments. I'll also be on Twitter, @JakeBaldino. You can argue with me over there. Come at me. I got death threats last year. I'm looking forward to some more this year. Can I say that?
Did you really?
Yeah, can I say that?
Yeah, say it.
What would be really cool is we want to see your list down in the comments. Leave us your top 10 games of 2016. What are your favorites? If you like this video and leave a comment of your favorite games this year, we're going to go down in and randomly choose one winner to win a free PSN, Xbox, or Steam gift card of their choice. But that's it, guys. Like I said, thank you for a great year. It has been an awesome year for games, and honestly, I can't wait to take a break and play more of these games. But thank you guys for everything. We still got videos coming out, but we will see you guys in 2017 with a bunch of new stuff. We're cooking up some cool stuff. I'm looking forward to it. I think you guys will too. But as always, I'm Jake Baldino. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time.
PC gaming is stronger than ever, and 2017 will definitely be no slouch. I'm Andrew the New Guy, and today we're talking about the best new PC games of 2017. And really quick, these are the most anticipated games we're looking forward to, unless one of them gets delayed after we make this video, which would be pretty unfortunate, but these are PC games we think are worth caring about throughout 2017. Starting off with number 25, we have Ghost Recon Wildlands. Ghost Recon Wildlands is an open-world tactical shooter that's being developed by Ubisoft, and this is the first time a Ghost Recon game is taking an open-world approach, and it's going to feature a day and night cycle, dynamic weather system, and different terrain. And all of this needs to be taken into account when completing your mission. But how you approach completing doing your mission is really up to you. You pick your own gear, the time of day, and even how you approach your objective. You can drive in, walk in, sneak in, or you can even skydive. Now the game can be played solo or with 3 other friends that all play as their own customizable ghost. And if you don't feel like running through the main missions, the open world is available for you to explore, and there are even side missions for you to run through as well. I know Ubisoft doesn't have the best track record for releasing games on PC, so hopefully they can figure their shit out for this game. And up next, number 24, we have Mountain Blade 2, Bannerlord. This is a prequel to the first game in the series, and this takes place about 200 years before. The developer Tailworlds has promised significant graphical improvement from the original game, and they're going to use motion capture to create character animations. And Tailworld has also said that the game will feature, and I quote, up close and personal medieval combat on a huge scale, bigger, bloodier, and more intense than ever before. So that's cool. Anytime I've ever seen like a medieval battle in a movie or read about one, they always do seem very insane and gruesome and just super hectic. So if we get to possibly get a cool way to relive a battle like that, I'd be pretty excited. The environments in this game also look super pretty, so you'll have a beautiful world to run around in. And next on the list at number 23, we have Friday the 13th. This game was originally being developed as Slasher Volume 1 Summer Camp, but was able to acquire the license to the Friday the 13th franchise. It's an asymmetrical multiplayer game where multiple players play as Camp Crystal Lake counselors and one player controls Jason. The point of the game is for the counselors to survive and escape the camp before the timer runs out or before Jason kills them all, and then obviously if you're playing as Jason, the point of the game is for you to murder everyone. And just like in the movies, Jason is a powerhouse. He has heightened vision and hearing and is able to teleport anywhere on the map. And the creators of this game are really taking it seriously. They have some amazing people working on their team. They have Kane Hodder, who played Jason in the later movies in the series, and he's back doing mocap and the stunts for Jason. Also, Harry Manfredini, who composed the music for the first film, is composing this game's soundtrack as well. I'm a huge fan of the Friday the 13th movies, and I'm really excited to get my hands on this game. It's going to be a lot of fun. And next, at number 22, we have Dusk. So let me just start off by saying that Dusk looks awesome. I can't wait to play it. It's definitely for fans of Doom and Quake. It's a first-person shooter that has the feel of a very violent 90s shooter. The graphics give it a very eerie vibe, and the enemy types, while looking very simple, do come off as very eerie. The game has 3 different campaign episodes, a 1v1 multiplayer arena, and an endless survival mode where you just take on waves and waves and waves and waves of enemies. And if you haven't seen the trailer for this yet, the way the game does play, this endless survival mode is probably where I'll be spending most of my time. And next, number 21, we have Quake Champions. Quake is back at E3. Bethesda announced that id Software is working on Quake Champions, and it looks awesome. It's going to be a fast-paced multiplayer shooter with a ton of different characters, each having their own unique skills, and watching the gameplay for this game really gets me excited for it. Most of the competitive shooters that are currently out right now feel really the same and don't play anything like Quake Champions, and I'm really excited to see this game shake things up a bit, and I think that this is a very important release. And up next, at number 20, we have Absolver. Absolver is a melee-based RPG that relies heavily on martial arts. While the developer doesn't consider it an MMO, you will run into other players whom you can trade with, fight, or befriend. And in this game, you play as a warrior who is traveling the world of Adal, trying to prove his worth to become an Absolver. The Absolvers being a sort of peacekeeping organization. The game has PvE co-op and 3v3 ranked PvP, and not only do you customize your fighter with different loot-based weapons and equipment, but you also customize how they fight. You build up your moveset using different cards in your combat deck, which build up by progressing through the game, and you can have 4 different fighting stances on the fly that have their own moveset, so you can switch through all 4 and build up really good combos. And moves do have speed and damage ratings that you'll have to take into account when building your fighter, and the game itself looks just as great as its combat does. And next, at number 19, we have Star Citizen Squadron 42. Yes, the guys behind Star Citizen are releasing a different game than the one they actually promised to a ton of Kickstarter backers. They released a trailer for it over a year ago that has Gary Oldman's character giving a speech, and it is a really cool trailer, I'll give them that, but then again, it is Gary Oldman, and I think he's just able to take anything and make it cool. You take on the role of a rookie UEE Navy pilot during an offline single-player campaign that spans over the course of 3 episodes, and supposedly each one has about 20 hours of gameplay. I honestly don't know when we'll see this game, or Star Citizen for that matter, but I really just want something to come out. It's easy to poke fun at Star Citizen, but honestly, everything about both games sounds so damn cool, and I really want it, and I do want this game to come out. And next up, at number 18, we have The Surge. The Surge is an action RPG, and the best way to describe it, I guess, would be like a sci-fi Dark Souls. It comes from Deck 13, who developed Lords of the Fallen. It takes place 60 to 70 years in the future, where all the technology that the humans rely on has turned against us, and now it's bad. You play as a human survivor, and you're rocking this chunky-looking exoskeleton that you'll be able to upgrade and mod throughout the game. The combat in this game seems to be a little bit more fast-paced than Lords of the Fallen, and it seems that the developers really want to get away from their games being called Dark Souls clones, so they plan on changing it up a bit with this game. But the combat seems fun, and the world that you're playing in seems cool, and it's definitely a game worth checking out. And up next, at number 17, we have Vampire. This is the next game from the creators of Life is Strange, which, by the way, I love, and it's weird to see them completely switch it up for their next game. It takes place in London during the 1918 flu pandemic. You play as a vampire who is vampire by night and doctored by day. The game has an awesome dark and gritty vibe, and it's the perfect setting for this kind of game. And you can go the entire game without killing an innocent person, but if you do, then you can't level up. Leveling up does require you to feed on human blood, but it isn't as simple as finding a random person in the street and just drinking their blood right there on the spot. You have to study your targets, learn about them, study their day-to-day life, and then you have to build and maintain certain relationships to actually gain their trust. And while the game does seem drastically different from Life is Strange, I love that game so much, so I really do put my trust in these developers to make an awesome game. And up next, at number 16, we have Ruiner. Ruiner is a top-down cyberpunk shooter, and it's another awesome looking game brought to us by the guys over at Devolver Digital, so thank you very much. Keep doing what you're doing. It takes place in the year 2091, and you play as someone lashing out against the corrupt system, trying to find and save your kidnapped brother. The game has top-down combat, and you'll make use of different types of melee weapons, guns, and gadgets. You can go in guns blazing, or you can slow down time to pinpoint who and how you're going to attack. I definitely have faith in Devolver Digital when it comes to awesome looking top-down games. I mean, look at Hotline Miami. It's one of my favorite games of all time, and if this game is on par with that, then we're going to have an awesome game to play sometime this year. And next up, at number 15, we have Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. The newest game in the franchise is supposedly a return to form for the series, and it's getting away from the action-oriented gameplay from the last 3 games. But this isn't a reboot. It takes place 4 years after the events of Resident Evil 6, and there will be references to past games, but for the most part, this game does take place in a brand new setting and has an entirely new cast of characters. You play as Ethan Winters, your everyday man who isn't a jacked soldier like Chris Redfield, and you're looking for your missing wife. And his search leads him to a rundown plantation mansion in the swamps of Louisiana. And it seems that you get stuck in this mansion and you're being hunted down by the Baker family, who happens to live there. Not much is known about this game story-wise, but we do know that it isn't an action game, and while there will be combat, it isn't going to be a run-in, guns-blazing type of game. The game does play in first person, which is a first time for a main series Resident Evil game, and the game is also fully playable in VR, but for the first year will be exclusive to the PlayStation VR. So if you were looking to play this with your Vive or your Oculus, you're going to be waiting for a little bit. At number 14, we have Sea of Thieves. I don't think anyone really knows exactly what to expect from this game. I mean, it's essentially like a pirate simulator, I guess. You're placed in an open world where there are other players running around, and you just do pirate stuff. You build up your own ship, travel to islands and look for buried treasure, and every player you run into can attack you and vice versa, and if you get killed, your ship and treasures are all fair game. So they're open to the entire world to come grab, unless you can get back to it fast enough before it all gets stolen. And there's supposed to be a lot of customization too, so you really do get to create your own unique pirate and your own unique playthrough. And for your ship, there are different classes, sails, colors, and figureheads. I just keep thinking about how awesome Assassin's Creed Black Flag is and how down with pirates I was after playing that game. And I always joke and call that game Pirates the video game, but it seems that Sea of Thieves is actually going to be Pirates the video game. And up next, at number 13, we have Dreadnought. This is a space combat game where you're the captain of a big-ass spaceship, and you're able to choose from multiple classes of ships, each with their own strengths and weaknesses, and the gameplay is made up of carefully positioning your ship and picking your targets before you launch your attacks. You also have weapons, engines, and shields whose power you can reroute to make a certain part of your ship more powerful, but by doing so, you make another part of your ship more immune to attack. So you really do have to strategize your attacks in this game and be wary of what's going on around you at all times. There's also multiplayer that utilizes all the same gameplay aspects found in the single player, but place you on a team with other players fighting against another team of players. And up next, at number 12, we have Pyre. Pyre is the next game from Supergiant, who also brought us Transistor and Bastion. Now, it's a party-based RPG where you play as a band of exiles who are traveling purgatory looking to defeat other exiles so they can cleanse their souls and return to the real world. What really stands out about this game is the combat, because it doesn't look like your typical combat. Honestly, it doesn't even look like you're fighting at all, but more of like playing a sport. There are pyres at each end of the field, and there are 2 teams of 3 exiles working to throw a glowing orb through one of the pyres. And just like Supergiant Giant's other games, the game has a very interesting and distinct look to it. They've made very good and interesting games in the past, and this one looks no different, and I can't wait to get my hands on it. And up next, at number 11, we have Halo Wars 2. Halo Wars is back, and honestly, it looks like not much has changed, and if it's not broke, why fix it? This RTS takes place after Halo Wars and Halo 5. It pits two factions against each other, the UNSC and the Banished. It has a single-player campaign that's made up of 13 missions, and then there's a few different multiplayer modes as well. And so far, everything I've heard about this game seems really great, and I'm always down for a solid RTS game, and I think this is going to be one of the good ones that we get this year. And next up at number 10, we have Night in the Woods. Night in the Woods is a crowd-funded game where you play as May, who has dropped out of college and returned to the town where she grew up. But home isn't the same, something has changed, her friends who she left behind have all grown up, and there seems to be something strange going on in the woods. You'll have to explore and talk to a huge cast of characters to figure out what exactly is going on in Possum Springs. There's a huge emphasis on exploration here, and it looks like we're going to get a bit of platforming as well. And when I see the game, I can't help but think of Oxenfree for some reason, which was one of my favorite games of 2016. So I'm already going to this game with the mindset of it being just like one of my favorite games of 2016. And up next, at number 9, we have Crackdown 3. This was announced a while back and has been floating around since then, and we really haven't heard much more about it other than that it's supposed to be released this year. It's going to make use of Microsoft's cloud computing tech to make the environments highly destructible, and there's some gameplay released and it seems that it plays exactly like Crackdown plays, which is a good thing. That's exactly how I would want this game to play. I spent a ton of time playing the first Crackdown, and Crackdown 2 was pretty good too. I had a blast with both games, and I'm super excited to be able to spend more time in that world. Up next, number 8, we have For Honor. For Honor is Ubisoft Montreal's newest game, and it's an action hack and slash game with an emphasis on competitive multiplayer. Players will get to play as a soldier from 3 different factions, the Samurai Knights and Vikings, and you choose from 1 of 4 classes to play as. And like I said earlier, while there is an emphasis on the multiplayer here, there is going to be a campaign where you play as all 3 factions, and the developer has said that if you are buying it solely to play the campaign, that you should still get an awesome experience out of it. Up next, number 7, we have Outlast 2. Outlast 2 hasn't seemed to change much from the first game in the series. It's still a first-person survival horror that does away with combat and focuses more on hiding and avoiding enemies. Just like the first one, you have a camera that uses night vision, and that's how you see it and get around. The story is different this time around. You play as Blake Langerman, a freelance journalist who was stranded in the desert after getting to a crash with his wife. And of course, in this desert lives a bunch of cultists who will of course be out to get you. I'm getting agita just thinking about it. I did get to play the demo, and I must say that it's just as creepy as the first one, and I can't wait to never beat this game because I'm just terrified to play it. Up next, number 6, we have Battletech. Battletech is a turn-based strategy game that's based off the tabletop board game that's been around since the 80s. And while the developer says the game will have the spirit of the board game, it won't have the rules of it. You play as a mercenary who takes control of a group of 4 mechs. You'll be choosing the model, skills, armor, and other specs for the mechs. In the game world, there are noble houses fighting for control, and you can choose which house or houses to work for. It plays just like other games in this genre, and the maps look really cool, and watching the mechs destroy each other is a blast. Up next, number 5, we have Prey. We're finally getting another Prey game after the sequel to the original was cancelled. Prey puts you in the shoes of Morgan Wu, and you're stuck on a space station with a bunch of angry aliens who make certain decisions that will affect how the story plays out, and you'll also be able to gain the powers that you see the hostile aliens using, like having the ability to turn into a chair or toaster or other everyday objects. Personally, I would have liked to see Prey 2 happen over this reboot. The idea of being a human bounty hunter on an alien planet just seems so much cooler to me than this, but I still think this game does look cool, and it's definitely something that I'm going to be checking out. Up next, number 4, we have Strafe. Strafe is another 90s style Doom-esque shooter. This game is all about the gameplay. The shooting looks chaotic with a bunch of different guns at your disposal, and the game is semi-procedurally generated. All of the enemies, upgrades, and such are all placed randomly on the map, which is built up by pulling random sets of rooms from a pool and mashing them all together. And most importantly, it is playable in VR with the Oculus, and this is definitely something that I need to experience in VR. And up next, on number 3, we have Mass Effect Andromeda. So Andromeda is finally coming this March. Actually, I didn't expect it so soon, and there really isn't much to say about this game because, well, there really isn't much to know. We're all still kind of left in the dark a little bit with this one. This time, you're in the Andromeda Galaxy. You play as one of the 2 Ryder twins, and it's your job to discover new planets for the human species to colonize. I really don't have to say much more. You guys know what Mass Effect is, but I am super excited, and this is one of my most anticipated of the year. And up next, number 2, we have Warhammer 40,000 Dawn of War 3. This is an RTS game in the third in the Dawn of War series. After a catastrophic weapon is discovered on the planet Archean, 3 factions head to the planet for all-out war. You'll be able to play as one of 3 factions, the Space Marines, the Elder, or the Orcs. The battles in this game are epic and they span across different types of beautiful environments. There's also multiplayer where you can take part in skirmishes against other players. And finally, at number 1, we have Divinity Original Sin 2. This is a turn-based RPG and obviously a sequel to Divinity Original Sin. You pick your race and your origin story and you set off into the world. You have to build up your party and travel the world, but you don't have to do it alone. You can play with up to 3 other players with its drop-in and drop-out co-op. The game is currently in early access, but the full release is coming soon. If the early access game says anything about the full release, we're gonna have a good game on our hands. And we have some bonus games that we couldn't fit on the list, including Agents of Mayhem, the newest game from the Saints Row developers Volition, Metal Gear Survive, which we aren't going to talk about, Sniper Ghost Warrior 3, which looks really cool, Squad, which is currently in early access but is getting a full release this year, John Wick Chronicles, which is a VR game that puts you in the shoes of John Wick and it looks awesome, and Project Cars 2 is also expected to come out this year as well. So that's 25 new PC games coming out this year that we think are worth checking out. I know, there's a lot and it's easy to get lost in them. Liking this video really helps us out and we put out videos like this every single day and the best way to check them out is by subscribing. And once again, I'm Andrew the New Guy and I'll see you next time right here on Game Ranks.
GameRanks presents the top 10 new PlayStation 4 games of 2017. These are our most anticipated and the games you should probably care about in 2017. We've got a good mix of games here, including some PS4 exclusives, and we're looking forward to hearing yours, but let's get started off with ours with number 10. For Honor is the next big AAA Ubisoft game, and while we're usually skeptical about Ubisoft games, this one seems strikingly different. Its intense focus on very calculated and hardcore swordplay, one-on-one and small battles, just seems really interesting, and it seems like it could have a really good gameplay hook. So far, previews and people who have played the alpha have been into this game, and while it does seem like they're focusing a lot on multiplayer and the strong aspects there, it does also seem like the game has a good single-player campaign to boot. While it doesn't seem like anything you can really compare close to Dark Souls, I think I would compare the gameplay swordplay style to it a bit, with the fact that it's very much focused on calculated movements, you know, using your shield properly, blocking, parrying, and swinging at the right time. We're just really hoping that For Honor shapes up to how good it actually looks. And at number 9, we have Ni no Kuni 2, The Revenant Kingdom. The original Ni no Kuni was a surprise, underrated gem, and it was released at the tail end of the PS3's life cycle, but it was an awesome game, and Ni no Kuni 2 is shaping up to be quite the same. But at the same time, it's also taking a very different focus. The game, like the original though, is inspired by the Studio Ghibli art style, and it's very much a focused, story-based JRPG. This time around, it seems set up much differently with you actually playing as the characters of the stories themselves in the battle, despite a more Pokemon style thing in the original game. And honestly, I'm all about that. It seems like a welcome change. The art style is intact, and if it's anything near as awesome as the original Ni no Kuni was, its sequel could definitely surprise a lot of PlayStation fans. And at number 8, we have Ghost Recon Wildlands, another Ubisoft game that we're actually very skeptical of after being kind of somewhat burned by The Division. But Ghost Recon Wildlands' formula is too hard to ignore, at least the setup. It looks like kind of like The Division, combined with open elements of the newer Far Cry games, and if it turns out to work and not be a pile of garbage, it could be an incredibly awesome game, not to mention some squad-based multiplayer stuff in an open world. It just looks like a lot of fun. So far, we've seen a lot from multiplayer to single-player action, to slow-paced stealth missions, to all-out action scenes and riding dirt bikes down mountains and raiding drug lord cartel dens. Ghost Recon in the past has been a very solid series. There hasn't been that much of a disappointing Ghost Recon game yet, so we're really hoping that Wildlands continues that trend. And at number 7, we have Nier Automata, a Platinum-developed action RPG that just looks really cool. You can't deny the art style, the character designs, and the enemy designs here are awesome. Not to mention it's a game being developed by Platinum, which has been having their hit and misses lately, but this very much looks like one of those, you know, good Platinum games. It's actually the second Nier game, which is actually a spin-off of the Drakengard series, but Platinum has spoken about how they are very much aware that they don't think that many people have played the other games that are going to be playing this game, so they are making it accessible accessible. But what really seems to be the meat and potatoes here is the interesting main character and the insane action combat focus. The main leaders behind this game are really a bunch of all-stars. The producer worked on Dragon Quest, the game director worked on the Drakengard series, the character designer worked on Final Fantasy and Bravely Default, and of course this is Platinum and they are the guys behind Bayonetta and Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. After the cancellation of Scalebound, I think players are really rooting for Platinum to win us over with another good one. And at number 6, we have Resident Evil 7, one of the most unconventional Resident Evil games ever, seeing as how it's completely different and first person, also manages to somewhat maintain that Resident Evil feel. At the time of this video, we still have a lot of unanswered questions about the game, but overall the response so far has been somewhat mixed to somewhat very positive. But I think there's also a lot of weight resting on Resident Evil 7's shoulders, at least for the Resident Evil series. Seeing as this is a bit of a soft reboot, it's also a big deal for Capcom, who's put a lot of money into it, and it's also maybe the first big AAA VR game being exclusively on PlayStation VR. You can play through the entire game. Is it going to be scary? Hopefully. Is it going to feel like a Resident Evil game? Hopefully. As much as it seems weird and not what a Resident Evil fan would really technically want, everything about it does seem to be shaping up to make an interesting game, so we're betting our cards on it. And at number 5, we have Persona 5, the latest game in a series that is criminally underrated and totally awesome. This is very much a JRPG, but a lot of people who don't like those types of games still find themselves hooked on Persona for some reason. Maybe it's the story and the setup, which once again tackles you being a high schooler. This time, you're a voiceless protagonist, but you essentially battle between two worlds. It's hard and weird to explain, but the game has been released already in Japan to critical acclaim. People are loving it, and we're hoping that the Western launch is just as successful. Not only that, but it looks like Persona 5 has like one of the coolest, craziest styles we've seen in any game, let alone a Persona game. There's been a lot of hype for this one, and we're really hoping it lives up to it. And at number 4, speaking of hype, we have the Sony exclusive Guerrilla Games developed Horizon Zero Dawn. This is an open world action RPG that kind of spins regular sci-fi post-apocalyptic conventions on its head, with you, the main human character, being somewhat of a wild, primitive person fighting against wild animals that are actually technical robots. The world and the setting and the story here seem really unique, and I think that's where the most excitement really is for Horizon Zero Dawn. The gameplay looks fun with hunting monsters and setting traps and stuff like that, but it's really just the fact that Horizon Zero Dawn is completely new IP, meaning that it is a new game. It is not a sequel to anything, it's just a fresh start. Players really tend to latch onto that, and for good reason. Sometimes we need something fresh, and Horizon Zero Dawn looks to be the answer. And at number 3, we have Crash Bandicoot, the Insane Trilogy. This is something that had been rumored for years and hoped for years, and now it's finally a thing. We're getting the original 3 Crash Bandicoot games completely redone, reworked, and remastered. And I gotta say, they look pretty goddamn incredible. I think the gameplay will really age pretty well. I think this game will stand the test of time, but I'm very curious to see how some younger gamers are going to embrace this game, because it is very different and it is very 90s. That being said, the first 3 Crash Bandicoot games, the original ones made by Naughty Dog, are some of the best games out there, so this is probably a surefire hit. And at number 2, we have Mass Effect Andromeda, a game that seems like it's been in the works forever, is finally releasing. And it's releasing sooner than we expected. We've finally gotten some looks at the game and some gameplay, but all of our questions still aren't answered, and it seems like we're gonna have to wait until the game is actually released. But this is a whole new thing for Mass Effect, a new cast of characters, the new Andromeda galaxy to completely explore, and honestly, I just can't wait to take my main character and see how many other characters in the game I can make out with. But hey, that's just me. It does look like Mass Effect Andromeda is very much more focused on combat this time around. Things seem way more fast-paced and action-heavy, with the actual RPG stuff really taking place in the background and under the hood, but I don't think that's totally a bad thing. I just really hope it lives up to those super Mass Effect fans' high expectations. And at number 1, we have Red Dead Redemption 2, a game that we debated putting on this list because a lot of us really think it's going to be delayed and pushed into 2018. But at the time of this video, Rockstar has released the first trailer, with it boldly claiming fall 2017. So we're thinking and we're hoping this is going to be one of the best and biggest games released in 2017. Red Dead Redemption 2 so far looks to be a prequel, taking place once again in the West, but a new land, and possibly setting up and being able to play as multiple different characters, like a bunch. We don't know for sure yet, but honestly we do highly trust in Rockstar games because their track record is pretty proven, and if it's anything close to how good Red Dead Redemption was, we're hoping that Red Dead Redemption 2 is going to be one of our favorite games of 2017, but time will tell. Of course, you guys know there are a ton more games releasing for PS4 in 2017. We couldn't fit them all, so we just compiled our favorites. We also have some bonuses, including South Park, The Fractured But Whole, the Team Ninja developed Neo, And while it's not technically a game, it still looks pretty awesome. Uncharted 4's Uncharted Lost Legacy. But like I keep saying, there are way more games releasing in 2017, so we want to hear yours down in the comments. If you got a top 5 or a top 10 most anticipated, definitely hit us with it down in the comments. We'll be down there chatting it up with you guys, and you know the drill by now. Clicking the like button helps us out a ton. But if you are new, subscribing, clicking that circle subscribe button really helps us out, and we appreciate it. And you can see our videos that we put out every single day. But as always, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.
On this earth forevermore. Said I walk beside the still waters and they restore my soul. But I can't walk on the path of the right because I'm wrong. No, I can't walk on the path of the right, 'cause I'm wrong.
What are you doing, kiddo? You really gonna go through with this?
I'm gonna find, and I'm gonna kill every last one of them.
girl was taken hostage on the top floor of a building here in downtown Detroit. Details are still emerging on what exactly happened. But the hostage taker could be the family's android. Negotiator on site.
Please, please, you gotta save my little girl. Wait. You're sending an android?
All right, ma'am. We need to go.
You can't do that. Why aren't you sending a real person?
Captain Allen, my name is Connor. I'm the android sent by CyberLife.
It's firing at everything that moves. It already shot down 2 of my men. Saving that kid is all that matters. So either you deal with this fucking android now, or I'll take care of it.
Don't come any closer or I'll jump!
Hi, Daniel! My name is Connor! There's no way out, Daniel. The only question is whether or not you take another innocent life.
I'm holding all the cards. If I die, she dies.
Look what you did! You were designed to serve humans, not kill them!
What was I designed to be? Their slave? Their toy?
You're a machine you have to obey. Now put the gun down and let the hostage go.
I spent my life taking orders. Now it's my turn to decide.
Your order for an A-beat android has been registered.
Touch him and I kill you!
You can't kill me. I'm not alive.
Tell that helicopter to get out of here!
It's up to you how the story ends.
Trust you. You lied to me, Connor. You lied to me.
My name is Connor. This is our story.
People see me and think they're safer. But it's not really me they're seeing. Probably for the best. Knowing everything hinges on a guy from Queens sounds as scary as it feels. No pressure, right?
not ready. Stay back.
I knew something fell off about the forest.
Keep moving.
You know, if you give me my bow back, I can help you fight. I'm ready.
You have yet to prove that.
I need a chance.
You had a chance.
I need another.
Then find that deer. Back away, boy! Here's your chance. Show me you're ready.
Yes, sir!
Back off, little bleeding! And space your shots! I will draw it from me! Shoot it! It is time! I will bring it down! You will kill it! Now, boy!
What?
Do it! Off the ice! No!
I am so sorry.
Your deer is getting away.
Yes, sir.
reaches of wilderness, untamed. A rugged domain, majestic, but lethal. It belongs to them, the machines. The steel beasts who rule these lands and guard the secrets buried beneath its crumbling ruins. If you hunt these wilds, no matter how skilled you are, no matter how clever, you will become the hunted. Can you brave that challenge? Can you pass that test? If you want to survive, you have to make the kill. Only then can you bring to light the deep secrets of the Earth.
Move, let's go! He's in here!
What are you doing?
Now!
I've done nothing wrong!
Damn spies. What?
No.
Shut up! He's lying.
No.
Get to the truck.
Hey,
Move
hey.
it!
Don't be stupid, lady.
Go home. Get out of here. Go on.
Hey, hold on. What's your rush? How do I know you're not smuggling something in here? Arms up.
Sir, please, Maggie.
It's dangerous to be out so late.
Hey, where do you live? What are you, deaf? Answer him! I said, where do you live?
Area J.
I'm in the middle of something.
It can wait.
Yes, sir.
Meet me inside.
Understood. You, with me. Man the gun.
Sir, what about her?
Just let her through.
You heard him. Get going.
Targets. One was the warehouse, the other... You're in the wrong place, girl.
What the hell?
Got you. Nowhere to run.
Shit!
Back up! Go on for back! No!
You're late. I thought you were professional. Oh, you should relax. You'll live longer.
New Axe U, a unique masculine fragrance.